never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take tough and won't always show up. Like an adjective, I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you are behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages of vacant. Modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
In the spot with the guys tryna make plays, risking the door, I'll be there when it take place. When I blocked it 108 days, through the ops, then I switch up the fake place. Stand over ops, do a sim, but I keep faith. Get on his body, not shooting from deep range. That's the pull, I'm on coach, tryna click first. Pin it slowly and dig it on 6 first. Before scoring on trust, had a miss first. Reload the clip and then I let it disperse. BO up the clutch and tryna drop one. Chase down king, I'm clicking to the cops come. Catch for one and living, not an option. G19 to 40 different options. Top shots what I got in the barrel. Steady question like the Christmas Carol. Got a lawyer, ain't going to jail. That bright like a Jew in that shot. Tryna do you like Tony, I call up assassins. Rack so when I bring the packet. No construction when I break a breakdown. I know I'm this one, no, I'm never lacking. I keep a toolie on my fucking hip. No, I'm strapping that match, so we rob it at Batman. I hop the Mac and now he wanna sit down. I'm with the babies, they told me what's crack. Walking my cup, so I'ma take a sip. I'm in the trap with the racks and the mattress. Roll like squeeze when he whipping the wheel. Leave a floor exploring the passion. My older do the hit just for the thrill. He don't even care, he do it for the passion. In the spot with the guys tryna make plays. Rushing the door, I'll be there when it take place. On the block, did 108 days. Through the ops, then I switch up the fake place. Stand over ops, do a sim, but I can't fake. Hit on his body, not shooting from deep range. That's the pull, I'm coaching the click first. Pin it slowly and dig it on 6 first. Going on trust, had a miss first. Reload the clip and then I let it disperse. Reload the clip and then I let it disperse.
at the studio, hold up though. I ain't get to roll no weed, I ain't get to roll no switches. I was locked up on Christmas, I ain't get to see my niggas, I ain't get to hug my mama, couldn't even give her no kisses. Can't even post on my Instagram, could these pussy nigga be snitching? Everybody acting suspicious, might probably say that I'm tripping. When I'm all alone in my jail cell, I tend to get in my feelings. And all I smoke is that loud, don't pass me no midget. And I'ma smoke all of my pain away, cause that's the only thing that gon' heal it. I don't understand you women who go around pretending as if they really fuck with me. So I love them all from a distance, cause the same bitch say she down the ride, be the main one who tricking. Got my limits with promethazine, cause every time I wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. AK-47s, Mac 11s, Glocks and 9s, and all these pussy niggas hating, trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let them do it, I got murder on my mind, bitch, I got murder on my mind. Bitch, I got murder on my mind. 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 Yellow tape around his body, it's a fucking homicide. His face is on a t-shirt and his family's traumatized. I didn't even mean to shoot him, he just caught me by surprise. I reloaded my pistol, cocked it back and shot him twice. His body dropped down to the floor and he had teardrops in his eyes. He grabbed me by my hands and said he was afraid to die. I told him it's too late, my friend, it's time to say goodbye. And he died inside my arms, blood all on my shirt. Wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. AK-47s, Mac 11s, Glocks and 9s, and all these pussy niggas hating, trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let them do it, I got murder on my mind, bitch, I got murder on my mind. 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 Bible terrestrial, bitch, I'm an animal. Melly's a savage, no, he not no amateur. Fat is an entry, who fucked up on camera. Bitch, I'm a murderer. I might just kill her, boy. Don't wanna kill her, boy. Make him up, say he won't beef, we gon' grill the boy. I'm bleeding so good, I might dip his ass in it and spill the boy. Murder on my mind. Oh, I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. Wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. AK-47s, Mac 11s, Glocks and 9s, and all these pussy niggas hating, trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let them do it, I got murder on my mind, bitch, I got murder on my mind. 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 Murder on my mind. Oh, young nigga world, bitch. Oh.
I apologize, guys. I'm just in a music mood. I'm not trying to do a super long intro or anything, but I just want to do a little more music. All right. I just wanted to say something. I didn't want y'all thinking, what in the heck? Like, this is way too many songs intro. Yeah, it kind of is. Music mode. Music mood.
Mama, please don't don't you cry, I'm sorry. I just called sometime, I'll be home soon. It won't be long, I promise. I will be okay, just wipe those tears off of your face. I'm sorry, I won't right my wrongs, I'm guilty. Lord have mercy, please forgive me. Mama, please don't you cry, I'm sorry. 145 days I'm counting, trying to hold on, but the time goes slowly. 225 ice cold showers, hurricane hit my cell and get no power. Trying to walk a narrow straight path, it's a battle. Kinda hard to walk when you're chained in shackles. My soul leads through these four walls. My heart aches after phone calls. Mama, please don't you cry, I'm sorry. I just called sometime, I'll be home soon. It won't be long, I promise. I will be okay, just wipe those tears off of your face. I'm sorry, I won't right my wrongs, I'm guilty. Lord have mercy, please forgive me. Mama, please don't you cry, I'm sorry. Give you my heart that's filled with pain. Give me my freedom. Take off these shackles, they hurt my hands. Let me go home. Cold shower, cold bath, cold food, cold slab only makes a cold heart. Cold shower, cold slab, cold food, cold bath only makes it cold. Mama, please don't you cry, I'm sorry. I just called sometime, I'll be home soon. It won't be long, I promise. I will be okay, just wipe those tears off of your face. I'm sorry, I won't right my wrongs, I'm guilty. Lord have mercy, please forgive me. Mama, please don't you cry, I'm sorry. Mama, please don't you cry, I'm sorry. Barbed wire, best friend became the barbed wire. Chains broken by the barbed wire. Tears dropping from the barbed wire. Barbed wire. Cold shower, cold slab, cold food, cold bath. Only makes it cold heart.
I've been fucking hoes and popping pillies, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a Rockstar. Fucking with me, call up on no Uzi and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta. Hey, hey, switch my whip, came back in black, I'm starting saying recipes to Bon Scott. Close that door, we blowing smoke. She asked me light a fire like a Marsan. Hey. Act a fool on stage, probably leave my fucking show in a cop car. Hey. Shit was legendary through a TV out the window of the montage. Cocaine on the table, liquor porn, don't give a damn. Dude, your girlfriend is a groupie, she just tryna get in. Saying I'm with the band. Hey, hey. Now she acting out of pocket, tryna grab up on my pants. On their bitches in my trailer, say they ain't got a man. And they all brought a friend. I've been fucking hoes and popping pillies, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a Rockstar. Fucking with me, call up on the Uzi and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta.
I've been in the hills, fucking superstars, feeling like a pop star. Drinking Henny, bad bitches jumping in the pool and I ain't got on no bra. Hit her front or back, pulling on the tracks and now she screaming out no more. They like Savage, why you got a 12-car garage and you only got 6 cars? I ain't with the cake and how you kiss that. Your wifey say I'm looking like a whole snack. Green hundreds in my safe, I got old racks. LA bitches always asking where the coke at. Living like a rock star, smash out on a cop car, sweeter than a Pop-Tart. You know you are not hard, I didn't make the hot chart. Remember I used to chop hard, living like a rock star. I'm living like a rock star.
I've been fucking hoes and popping pillies, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a Rockstar. Fucking with me, call up on the Uzi and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta. Rockstar.
It's Dolph.
It's Dolph!
If it ain't one thing, it's a motherfucking other.
I bring me some backwoods up out of home and a cup of ice. And some rubber bands up out of there too, homie. Yeah. It's 3 p.m. 80 degrees
outside of Memphis.
I'm in something to go real fast sitting outside the corner store. 6-figure car ain't got no business in this area. If it ain't one thing, it's a motherfucking another. We trapped together, then that's my motherfucking brother. I pay her bills and buy designer, but I don't love her. She just play a part when it's time to smuggle. I pull up, pick up that bag and burn rubber. I got a sweet tooth, but I stay away from suckers. For real though. Nobu and Malibu was my last supper. We eat good. I fucked her in rush hour traffic, Chris Tucker. Yeah. Everybody screaming, gang, gang, gang. When folks come and get you, you gon' tell on the whole gang. She said, can she fuck me with my diamond chain? If I ain't in the bank, then I'm on the plane. About to go get some money or go spend some money. They stopped me in the airport, had too many binges on me. They don't want you to live. They don't want you to ball. The pussy smile in your face. Yeah, then they pray for you to fall. Hey, young nigga, stay focused. But I really wanna crash. Think about where you at. Then think about your past. Yeah, I really came from shit. But I won't change for shit. My bitch say I'm stuck in my ways. My wrist say I've been getting paid. 100 shots. 100 shots. Me and my niggas pull up in 100 drops. My role model used to get 100 blocks. Street niggas in a tuxedo, we the mob. She looked at my watch too long, now she see stars. I got so high last night, I did a show on Mars. Yo, bitch ate my dick, I caught her on them balls. My pinky ring, extra large. Phones all in the garage. Remember my first Menard? Yeah, Toy and Brittany. I'm shopping for diamonds at Tiffany's. No, I don't got no sympathy. She blew my whistle like a referee. Broke black nigga, remember me? Until I found out that recipe. Started getting about 10 a week. Finger on the trigger when I sleep. Yeah, nigga, I'd rather you than me. Backseat smoking good weed. 100 shots. 100 shots. How the fuck you miss a whole 100 shots? You not welcome in my trap if you don't shop.
Get out.
Before you come through that back door, you better not get the dope. They been waiting on this gangster shit to drop. Even them fuck niggas that wish I could be stopped. How many dicks you suck to get that couple million? Self-made millionaire, oh what a feeling. My niggas came from dealing. Fuck nigga, get out your feelings. Your bitch got me sexual healing. Guess who just walked in the building? Came out with 6 bitches. My uncle said that's pimpin'. My diamonds always hitting. You looking for your bitch, she with me, nigga, she ain't missing. I told you fuck niggas stay out my way, but you didn't listen. Stupid ass niggas. Big rock in my watch. And we put extensions in all of the Glock. 100 shots. 100 shots. How the fuck you miss a whole 100 shots? Yeah. Stop.
It's it from the heart. You know what I'm saying? No apologize.
Gangsta, bro. Gangsta.
That's all I want to see. I know it. Hey, say, Ma, you know I want to apologize for any and everything that will put you through. And I also want to let you know that any hurt I caused, it was none intentional. I'm here to tell you I'm sorry. Mama, I just want to apologize for 20-something years of pain. Now I realize all the shit I put you through. Back and forth to juvenile, I ain't have a clue. When grandma went to church, I was selling work. Walked up in Trevor House, that 38 under my shirt. They tried to kick me out, mama came back a damn fool. They let me right back in, but what I go and do? Skip class, catch me on all 3 lunches. Smoking OG Kush, a nigga had the munchies. All the hurt I caused, high-speed chases from the laws. Neighborhood gang fight, a nigga done it all. My overall, I just want a better life for you and my sister. That's why I start selling white. My every night, and every day. I contemplate about the day came to jump away. Then I wanna afraid to go to jail. That's when I hit the streets, start giving these niggas hell. But in your eyes, I know they want the right choice. I thank you for your love and support. That's why I just wanna apologize. Yeah. Hey, this that real life shit, homie. See, niggas make music. I make music from the heart, you feel me? Hey, drummer. You know, I just tell you how I live it, homie. The only way I know how. Daddy, he a OG, brother, he was a hustler too. Shit run in my bloodline, what the fuck you think I'ma do? Mama down bad, car repoed and the rent would do. Before I let her stop him off the porch without a fucking clue. Pistol in my hand, no man's, who would ever knew? Goon turn rapper to millionaire, look what life would do. Mama got a big house on the hill and it's white too. Think she going cocaine crazy, just got a white coupe. Mama say she proud of me, all these niggas who doubted me raised me to be a real nigga. Memphis brought it out of me. Rich Chris upon me, slanging dope down on Garland. Fans giving out too much time. Fuck it, I'm robbing. Mama say she gon' pray for me. Know that they got a place for me. Told her I had a plan and this music gon' make a way for me. Sorry for all the pain, tears and all the shame. But mama, you know I love you and I promise you I'ma change.
I am.
Hands in the air. Yeah. You know I speak for all real niggas around the world. Nigga, we fall, we get back up, we make mistakes, we make up, nigga. You feel me? You ever got your mama dope kicked in? Jumped out the Renacon and I had to leave it there. You know what I'm saying? It's that life, homie. To my niggas who lost their life in these streets. Before they got a chance to tell their mama they was sorry. Hey, God is gonna tell her for you, homie.
This is grade A, 100% pure Colombian cocaine.
Southern smoke. Yeah. I'm talking snowflakes. And we can get it on. Close your eyes, shorty, gon' make a wish. Never met a nigga like this. And we can get it on. I know the pain and all the shit you been through. I just wanna see a dream come true. And we can get it on right here, right now. That beat. We gotta make it to the sweet. And I'ma hit it hard like a beat. Put that ass to sleep. And hang it like.
I be like, put that sleep.
Break it down to the beat, then bag it up. Okay. Red bone, super thick, super tatted up. Okay. Lance dude, super lame, shorty had enough. Okay. Got it world, super real, can't get enough. Okay. Wanna see you smile. Okay. Change your life around. Okay. Baby daddy come, I accept your child. Okay. Never want for nothing, never need for shit. Okay. Cause I'm a real nigga, and you's a real bitch. Now I take you till the close off. 45 minutes straight, so me and doze off. Close your eyes, shorty, gon' make a wish. You never met a gangster like this, and we can get it on. Close your eyes, shorty, gon' make a wish. You never met a nigga like this, and we can get it on. I know the pain and all the shit you been through. I just wanna see a dream come true, and we can get it on right here, right now. Backseat, and we ain't gotta make it to the sweet, and I'ma go strong, and I'ma hit it hard like the beat. Guaranteed to put that ass to sleep and hang it like. I'ma hang it like. I'ma put that ass to sleep. I like it in the kitchen, cause that's my favorite spot. Okay. She want it in the Porsche, cause that's her favorite car. Okay. She got me trying things, cause I don't usually date, but I can make it Valentine for a year straight. Okay. Got a present and I know it ain't your birthday. 30 minutes backseat on your lunch break. I make your legs shake like it's an earthquake. You get yours, I get mine, now we both straight. He put his hands on you, he must be insecure. I drop them bands on you, I like the volunteer. Close your eyes, shorty, gon' make a wish. You never met a gangster like this, and we can get it on. I'ma hang it like. I'ma put that in sleep. We like Tiny and Tilt, maybe Puff and Kim, Michelle and Obama, maybe Jay and Will. We like Hope and B, maybe Hitler and Bill. We can be who we want, shorty know we real. Close your eyes, shorty, gon' make a wish. Never met a nigga like this, and we can get it on. I know the pain and all the shit you been through. I just wanna see a dream come true, and we can get it on right here, right now. Backseat, and we ain't gotta make it to the sweet, and I'ma go strong, and I'ma hit it hard like the beat. Guaranteed to put that ass to sleep and hang it like. I'ma hang it like. I'ma put that ass to sleep. And we can.
Oops, sorry about that. Why does it keep wanting to play the same thing? Hold on. Oh, this is, man, shout out. This takes me way back. I had
Extreme exclusive. Hood
oh my god.
Music for the real streets.
Dude, I hear this song and I think Jonesboro, Arkansas, Memphis, Mitsubishi Eclipse 5-speed, my dude AP, DP, as well as some smoke, party favors, sometime, not when we went to Jonesboro, the girls were there, but we had girls that rode with us when we went to Memphis. Equal amount, one for each guy. Like, dude, I hear this song and it takes me back to the time where I had started working and I had a car and stuff, but like, as far as my awareness, I was like, that was like my green period still. Like, I was like a kid in the candy store. Like, I had access to all this stuff and was working and making money, but, and I was going out and hanging out and like partying, and I was just going along. The reason is when I grew up, like going up from elementary to middle, I kind of lived what some people may say like sheltered, like like I was kind of sheltered in some ways, and in other ways I wasn't. So when I finally got up into high school, like I ended up making friends finally with people that I would have never been able to make friends with or would have been around when I was younger growing up. And it just kind of like, it was like my experimental phase, my experimenting phase. Like I was pushing the boundaries and shit. And I tell you, out of all the things that we ended up going through, some of them crazy to the point of like, you know, me waking up completely freaking alone in a dude's uncle's house, and nobody that was there when I was there and awake is there anymore. I'm like the only one there. I'm alone. People just left me there asleep. That's why I think it's so funny how people give me shit for falling asleep late on panels and stuff before on streams, because if you understood things, you would understand that like when I was partying and stuff, even then, there's one thing people would sometimes call me that would be lightweight, and they would also call me drowsy or snoozy. And the reason for that is it's just like the first time I took blues. I grabbed 4 of them. I didn't know anything about them. I didn't even know mechanism of action or terms like duration of action or anything. I didn't know to get on Google or Med website and type in the imprint on the pill to look up all about it, verify. I didn't know any of that crap. So I get all those and I'm thinking I'm partying, so I take them all at one time. Now, while they're slowly getting ready to kick in, mind you, and I have no idea what's about to happen, because nobody made sure to inform me that, by the way, these are depressants and tranquilizers, essentially. They're used for anxiety. And taking them all when it's your very first time all at once will knock you the fuck out. You know, I didn't know that. So I'm hanging out, and I ended up getting us back to my friend's granddad's house where he was hanging out at that he stayed. We pulled up, we parked, I got out, I got there safe and everything. We started smoking. They said while I was smoking on the second or third one of the ones, that started to kick in, and I started to fall out and drop the blunt down, and like I ended up burning his chair. He was mad about it, telling me. He's like, but don't even sweat it. He's like, because I technically got my revenge on you later. I'm like, what do you mean? And when I woke up, I was like, dude, like, why the fuck? I looked in the mirror and my face was red and it just stung and hurt. And I'm like, dude, why is it? I'm like, why does my head and face? He's like, man, you passed out about almost an hour after when we got to about the second or third blunt. You passed smooth out, man. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, he said. And he said, yeah, you usually will pass out around midnight or so. He said, but no, you passed out before 9, man. He said, because you took them things. He said, you passed out and some shit came up and we needed to go somewhere, man. And so we was trying to wake you up and nothing would work, man. He said, I'm not gonna lie, I slapped the shit out you a few times. I'm talking about, I'm like, I was like, yeah, I know, I can feel it. He's like, man, I slapped the dog piss out of you. Not every time, he said, but the last time I really was trying to wake you up, it was serious. And he's like, man, you're not gonna like this, but don't be mad at me. It was Derek's idea, but at least I'm the one that drove because at least I got a license. I was like, what do you mean drive? He's like, man, we had to go over to Derek's uncle's and there was no way to get you awake. So what we did, man, look, we didn't leave you here. He's like, we straight up, like me and Derek, we got you out to the car. We put you in the back and we drove through town and, drove to the house. And I was like, I'm like, dude, I could kill you. I'm like, you're telling me that you took my car while I was asleep and drove around in it because it was an emergency. You had to go, he had to meet up with somebody. But yet, I shouldn't be worried because you drove and you got a license and you didn't leave me here. You brought me along and stored me in the back seat like some luggage. He's like, man, we kept trying to wake you up. I kept trying to wake you up. I knew you. And I'm like, dude, do you realize that? He's like, plus you do have full coverage. I remember you saying. I'm like, for me. I'm like, I have full coverage for me. I was like, I have full coverage for my family members that are listed on it. I'm like, I don't have full coverage for 2 family members because of their driving record currently. They're excluded. I said, but I don't have coverage for you. I was like, you know. All right. Excuse me, guys. So yeah, I was like, dude, I don't have any coverage for you. He's like, that's not how it works, man. You do have coverage, especially if I got a license. I'm like, the only thing I have with you, I was like, we have a specific policy, man. I've read it. My granddad even made it clear to me. If you drive, yeah, I'm not completely fucked, but I only have liability level coverage. So I basically would be fucked, you know. I'm like, at least if I'm driving, something happens. It's not my fault. Guess what? I'm getting a new vehicle. I'm getting it repaired or whatever they do. I'm not gonna be without. And he's like, well, I did the speed limit and everything. I was like, man, that don't matter, man. I'm like, y'all violated me. Y'all put me in my own car. I was like, how the hell did y'all get me out to the car? He's like, man, we just carried you. I'm like, I said, well, I'm never taking them again. It would have been nice to know that those things make you go to sleep. I asked, and all I got told was that they would fuck me up. And they fucked me up all right. They fucked me up straight to fucking zombie land. And he asked me if I dreamed. I said, no, I didn't dream. I was out cold. I was like, if I dreamed, I don't remember it. I was like, damn, what's the point in taking them things for? All they do is make you go to sleep. Like, at that point, I didn't have anxiety diagnosed or anything yet developed. So I probably had a mild form of it or whatever, but and I know I did because I was using weed. They told me that's why I liked weed so much in the relaxing aspect of it. But I didn't take benzos back then, and I thought they was just way too strong, tranquilizing type of pill. But I tell you what, this song takes me back to that time because just hearing it, I can see my dude AP singing along to it while he's rolling up a blunt. around that time, the movie 2012 was getting ready to come out. It hadn't came out just yet, but it was just about to come out, because 2012 was coming up right along to going to be the next year, And everybody was wondering, is it going to be the end, just like Y2K and other events in history and shit where that change in a time or big shift happens. But I tell you something, and then I finally asked him, I said, so then what? He's like, well, we got back. We brought you back in. He's like, then your phone, man. He said, your phone was ringing, ringing, ringing. We didn't really look at it first, but when it kept ringing and ringing, we finally decided to look at it. And, dude, it was your grandparents, man. He said, your grandparents, he said, your grandma must have literally been like calling, and then it'd go to voicemail, and then she'd wait a little bit. He said, but then eventually it got to the point where she was calling, boom, it would end, go to voicemail, and just while it was like, and then she'd call right back. He's like, just calling you back to back to back. He's like, they was tripping. And I'm like, well, yeah, I was supposed to be in. I have a curfew. My curfew was 11 o'clock when I had a car. So I was supposed to be in by 11. On super special nights or something where we had some event or we're doing something and it was the weekend, I might get out to 12. But that night, like, I was out, like, I didn't even mean to stay there. And I got back, my grandparents, man, they said, my granddad just said, where was you at last night, Ian? He's like, 'cause you wasn't anywhere, and you wasn't anywhere here in our town, 'cause he's like, I drove all over. He's like, I went to all the people I knew, and stuff, and didn't have you anywhere. I said, well, I was on Woman's Club Road. I was at what's his name, Grandpa's. I was like, I didn't mean to fall asleep. I did. We got to watching a movie. I told him that I saved my ass because I thought of it. I said, Grandpa, what it was I took, I didn't realize that I was having, allergies. I told him, and I took 2 full-size Benadryls. And I told him, and I said, and I'd taken them before, and he knows I had like the day kind, and I just told him I took the regular kinds, and I said, and I didn't know it would make me go to sleep like that late. I said, I guess I didn't have anything on my stomach. And he said, well, we called and called and called. I said, yeah, my friend told me that. He said, but he couldn't wake me up. So like I've had the issue of falling asleep like that for a long time. And even if I didn't, like, okay, that night's an exception because I took something. But on the other nights when we just hang out with smoking, maybe do a little drinking, I very rarely drank. I drank a few times, like, my very first special night, I lost my virginity and shit with my friend over at Megan's. I drank, like maybe I think 6, 7 shots at the most, and very liberal shots too. Like not liberal as in a lot, but conservative. I meant. I had about 6 or 7 of those because we was playing quarters. Um, but I didn't drink a lot. I just didn't. I also wasn't driving at that time. I was 15. I had a learner's permit, but I didn't have a car yet. You know what's crazy is Kayla, my future, little did I know, my future fucking wife, I just hung out with earlier that same day before that evening where we played the quarters and stuff and partied and basically I lost my virginity. Like, I went and linked up with Kayla earlier that day. She picked me up. She had a Ford Bronco that she drove at the time. She was, I guess, like technically one grade above me. So she wasn't a senior yet, but she was a junior. And we hung out, man. And she just went straight to this gas station that was real close by her house out in the country. There's this gas station that's by the interstate. Because you have the interstate, you get off the interstate, there's this huge gas station, and it's called CarMax. Well, if you go past it and get on the other outer road and you go down a little bit, just about a half a mile, there's a sign. You can turn left there where the road goes left, or you can keep straight. If you turn left, you'll eventually go straight. You'll come up to these railroad tracks. You go over the rail. As soon as you go over the railroad tracks, there's a house right to the right of the railroad tracks, in front of them, a little ways, and that was where she lived. That's where she lived when we ended up started the dating. I came back in her life, and when her parents were divorcing, basically, when she started to live with me, like that's where I found her. But I was hanging out with her weirdly at 15 years old. And remember, she's 2 years older than me, so she was 17 at the time. She just, well, she stopped at that gas station on the way to her house, and she came out with a fucking 6-pack of Budweiser. When I saw that, I was like, I thought to myself, I'm like, I smoke cigarettes pretty bad. I'm like, but damn, I'm like, this girl's buying beer. I'm like, yeah, I don't even do that. I drank barely half of one, and she drank the other 5. And we just hung out, and, but I was really awkward. I didn't have a lot of confidence. So at that time, I really wasn't like into her. So I didn't try to like date her or make a move on her or anything like that. And I ended up asking her if she would drive me and drop me off at my friend Meg's house, which was in Crothersville. You got to remember, Kayla lives in Steele. Crothersville and Steele, it's about a good 6-7 mile distance, maybe 8, give or take, once you get in town and get to where we had to go. So she said sure, and uh, we got up and left. She drove me there, and she dropped me off, and that would be the last time I saw Kayla until way later on, and I'd run into her again a week right before. I happened to be out in her neck of the woods, and I had gotten her number from her that last week. Called her, and she just happened to be at home at that time, because at the time she didn't have a car. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been home. And I stopped by and we chatted and caught up, and that is when basically she came into my life for good and our relationship started. I still care about Kayla. I wish her well. I have no ill will towards her. We were young and stupid, adolescent, young adults when we were together. Our brains not fully developed and all that good jazz. And listen, the fact of the matter is, the last time we was around each other, like the ending of our relationship wasn't that fight in Nashville. And when I say fight, I mean mainly argument, bitching, her doing her crap, and, me. Basically, by then, I was keeping a list of all the shit she does. At that point, like, it was starting to get to the point where I had a list mentally, and every time she would do something real fucked up that warranted the level, I would put it and mentally mark down as another thing on the list. So it just was not good all around at that time. I also felt very strongly like she's low key like eyeballing one of these other guys. Because you got to remember, we came from Missouri. We moved out to fucking Nashville. I brought her out there, introduced her to my friends and stuff. That's a big place. Like, I mean, what would she need me for? She technically could have hooked up with somebody and left me in the dust. Like, we had done been to LA, got married and all that, you'd think that we'd have some level, and we did to an extent. I mean, we did to the extent that she only counted on and depended on me to go back to Nashville and get her, because I had gotten all the way back to Missouri after that argument and fight that day. Because since they had initially took her side, technically, I left, and I went back home to Missouri, very pissed off and devastated. And not even a full week later, I started getting a call from Muhammad and stuff, apologizing and different things. And then another 5 days after that, it's like, all right, she's, like, we can't have her here anymore. And I heard what she did. She went out and she hung out and stayed several days at fucking this one dude that I went to school with Muhammad, and that I didn't like, but Muhammad was sort of kind of friendly with him at that time. And I'm like, so she stayed over there at his place? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? I was like, that's so fucked up. I'm like, and I guarantee you she would claim, oh, I didn't sleep with him. Like, I mean, like, she was getting, I was feeling like she was getting to not be really committed that at that point anymore. And when we got into that argument that day, and then she decided to hit me in the back of the fucking head, like, it was pure fucking reflex, but I still felt bad, and I looked straight up bad in a way, because she immediately, of course, started to, let it out and basically was crying. However, thankfully, not only Muhammad, but his girlfriend, both were in direct view and saw the whole fucking thing. That's the only thing that saved my ass. Because when her parents came down, if they hadn't seen anything or whatever, I guarantee you I would have went to jail that day. But because not just Muhammad, and I know you were thinking, well, Muhammad's your bro, he could lie for you. Well, his girlfriend's not. Like, his girlfriend, and Kayla had gotten somewhat close. We were staying with her, working for her dad, living at her house. They witnessed the whole thing. Like, she completely aggressed and was the initial aggressor. All I did was react unconsciously, just about. Muscle memory and shit. And after that, they said, and then immediately after, when she started, like, crying, and making, basically, like, she's just crying, even Muhammad said, like, she definitely she was trying to insinuate it, like, he's like, I mean, she acted like you fucking hit her and you were like 200 fucking plus pounds on her. Don't get me wrong, I was heavier than her, but maybe by like, what, 20 pounds? Like, barely. I was not a really stocky, I was tall and stuff, and I weighed technically a little more, but as far as force and muscle and stuff, like, shit. But she, you know, her mom was like, do you need gas money? And I said, no, ma'am. I was like, I married her. She's, my wife. I'm responsible for her, I feel like. I said, I will go back and pick her up. I said, I wish I had, never had to leave. I said, but, that was like our worst argument we've ever had. I picked her up, and so that wasn't the ending, because then I picked her up, and it was kind of really quiet at first. When I pulled up there back at the house, like, they helped bring some of her stuff out. She helped, and then I helped load it. And then she got in the car, and she just kind of stayed very quiet. She didn't say anything. And I pulled over a little bit up the road, a little bit in the subdivision, and stopped. And she's like, well, what are you doing? I was like, well, Kayla, I was like, I just drove 3.5 hours straight here. I said, I'm a little tired. I was like, so I was going to sit back for a second and take a break. And after about 30, 45 minutes of just resting, I started it back up. I took some caffeine pills and I got back to going. And what's sad is that I stopped at a gas station and she didn't have anything at that point. You know, she was out of cigarettes. She didn't work the last little bit she was there at all. She just kind of like just stopped working. And I don't know how she figured that was going to work. Like, so she didn't even get a last check from them. She didn't have any cigarettes or anything. And I had just happened to notice because I had smoked and I looked over and she wasn't smoking. And I knew that was weird. And she didn't ask for anything like, so I went in the gas station when I got us gas and stuff before we left fully out of Nashville. Got me some soda and I came back out and I handed her an open pack of cigarettes with a lighter, and I said, "I got this for you," and gave it to her. And it was at that point I started putting my keys in the ignition, and she just started to cry softly, and I put my arm around her and I hugged her, and I, you know, was like, I said, "I'm sorry," to her. I said, "We've been together as long as we have." I was like, all the times we've gotten into it, I said, "Have I ever came at you aggressively or tried to?" And she said, "Of course not." I was like, "No, and I never would." I said, "That was complete reaction because you," I was like, "You hit me in the head, Kayla, right around the neck where my head and neck connect. That felt very weird when you hit me there. Like, I almost kind of like saw nothing but black for a second. Like I was dazed for a second or two." I was like, now I know how my brother feels because I hit my brother in the exact similar same spot years beforehand when he was fucking with me one time, and it about made him go down almost. But I said, regardless, I said I'm sorry, and I said I just wanted us to make this work. I said, you know, we was in Missouri. I said everything's happened with you. I said, us living at my grandparents is like, you know, I know you don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. I love them, but, you know, we don't want to be there. We want to be able to do the stuff we like to do. I said, we went out to California. That was a mistake and bad judgment call. I said, it was an experience. I was like, but ultimately a failure. I said, so we came out here and I said, we started almost about to sign on a lease. Uh, we got jobs. We was working. We had a, you know, I was like, I just wish it would have worked. I told her, I said, because now we're heading back to fucking bumfuck Egypt, Missouri. I said, where there is nothing, you know, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck, you know. I was very honest with her on that ride. Like I told her, I said, you know what my biggest, you know, I don't know what yours is. I said, but my worst thing is that I feel like I don't measure up enough for you, or I don't do good enough for us in general as far as it comes to our survival. That's what I've constantly worried about, I told her. I was like, you know, this is the you know, the second time now that I got out on my own and was with you, and unlike when we were in, Hollywood, this time we was actually on our own, making our own money. Freaking Darius and them, they wanted us to sign a lease, but I would have had to have a co-signer just because I had really nothing established at that time, credit-wise. And that was the house where, Zipper, the dog, ended up accidentally getting his leg caught in the door there, was at that place we were going to get the lease. But good thing we didn't, because not only did we end up getting out of there and going over to my friend Muhammad's girlfriend's house to stay there instead, but that ended up all falling apart. The people that were there, they wasn't paying on the crap. So I'm glad we didn't enter into no lease with them. They would have fucked us up. But we had that job. We was staying, yeah, we didn't have our own place, but hell, we was staying with my best friend's girlfriend's family. All we had to do was sit there and stack our money. Like, we could have lived completely off one of our incomes. Our room and board was pretty much covered. We pitched in on our food. Sometimes even that was covered a lot of the times, especially when we went to work. There would always be stuff left there. We could get to eat, like they would eat out and order out a lot, and they would have just ate there and then they close up and it, still there, some of it still be covered up or in, it's crazy. But like, we didn't have to pay any rent. I was like, we had it freaking made. My car was paid off. The only thing I'm paying on is insurance and gas. All we had to do was lock down, and we pretty much was living off my income. Like, she started to work and make her money, and I told her to put her on, and she did. She saved a good amount of it, and then she started spending it. Like, and I didn't even find out till she had already well off and started spending it. We'd gotten up to saving. We had saved $400 in her account. And she just fucking blew it. Like, and we saved that up literally in a very short amount of time. Because the goal was, we're gonna save up some money, and then I'm gonna get with one of these adults that's like a mentor to me, Darius's dad or Muhammad's girlfriend's dad, whoever. I asked my grandpa, a bunch of different people, and we figure out how we get our first place. Like, that was the direction to go. That was the road ahead we were supposed to be traveling. Getting enough money together so that we could then, we'd still be working for him, but we wouldn't be living off anyone else or have to, live with someone else. We could have had our own place. Probably would end up getting a damn apartment at Nashborough Village, which back then it was still not as bad. But hell, if we'd gotten a place there just back in 2016 and since, shit, probably would have got robbed for everything. It's crazy too, because that was like, Nashborough Village is this village of apartments that has a road that goes one way and a road that goes the other way, the opposite way, and runs through it. And the road's like not it's not like, it's two different lanes that are split with green and trees and stuff in the middle of them, right? So if you go in one way, you're going to go all the way through and you'll come out the other. Same way if you go back. And all through it, there's different exits where you can pull off and go and get into the apartments in Nashborough Village. On the one end, if you go on all the way up to there, you come out of Nashborough Village, and as soon as you come out, boom, there's a Kroger right there, the lot and everything that you can turn right off the road into. You go back the opposite way, you come up to a gas station as soon as you come out, four-way stop, and then you would go straight And essentially, where I grew up and lived and went to high school and stuff, I lived with my dad and his girlfriend. We lived about 2.5 miles down from that four-way stop. You go past that four-way stop, down another long stretch of road, eventually go over a little thing, and you'd come around a curve, and there would be another gas station coming up, and a smaller super type of market called a Lions Market. A four-way stop sign stop, not a four-way light stop like that was back there 1.5 miles, but a four-way stop sign. You stop there, you go across it, you go down, you go around a curve, a long curve, and then go down a long winding road for about 1 mile. And then there's the end of the road ahead. Like, that's the end of the road, because past there, if you keep going through the trees and shit, there's a lake that's all around there. There's a little subdivision on the left. Turn left before you get to the end of the road into the subdivision's entrance, and that's where I lived. And I showed that to Kayla too and everything too. And I said, imagine, like, I said, I would love if we could one day be living like here. I was like, I grew up here at this subdivision, and you know, it's one of those good places to live. I mean, but so we was heading back, and I said, and I just feel like more of a failure now. I was like, because you know, we're leaving Nashville. I was like, I didn't want to leave Nashville. What choice do I have though? Like, if I could make a way to stay in Nashville and continue on, press forward, get another job, what have you, I would do it. But I literally had nowhere to post up or stay to operate out of and build myself back up. I didn't have a job anymore. You know, money was very low. Like, I didn't have enough money to sustain myself or whatever, or get a hotel temporarily even. Like, I had no choice but to come home. Like, what am I gonna do? Call up people and tell them to send me money so I could stay there and try to make it work? Like, it was working all the way up until we got into that fucking fight. And I may seem bitter about it, or you might be thinking, well, why are you going over reminiscing it? Because my mind has revisited it lately, and it's on my mind because I've wondered specifically. Because here's what ended up happening. So she cried, you know, I said, I'm sorry. We kind of made up a little bit. She gave me a hug. As we got closer back to Missouri, I was like, oh, I was like, pretty soon we'll be back on at the house. And she's like, no, please, I don't. She's like, can we please get a room? And, you know, I had some money, so I was like, yeah. I was like, why do you want to get a room, though? She's like, I just don't want to go. She's like, I just don't want to go to your people's house, you know, my grandparents' house or whatever. And I didn't question too much of it because I was just happy we were reunited again. But looking back, that was a red flag right there. The reason why she didn't want to go back to my grandparents' house, she had no intention of staying with me much longer, is what it was. And I just feel that's so grimy. Like, if you're going to marry somebody, like, if you're planning on leaving me, but you still need my help with different things to close yourself out and get yourself back home, just tell me that. Don't cry on my shoulder and break down and act like we're getting somewhere and talk to me like everything's getting normal and getting back on focus. If you literally plan to abandon me within the next about not 24 hours, but a little bit over 24 hours. And she did. Like, I mean, she even fucked me before she abandoned me. You would think that she'd be like, oh, I just don't have a headache or something. Like, if I tried to have sex or something. I didn't even push to have sex. Like, I mean, hell, we just had a major argument and fight. I was just blessed that she had that looked to me and I'd got her back, and you know, hell, she could have very easily ended up staying up there with that one guy or someone or whatever. But no, she wants to go back. She is intimate with me, like getting close, so I go along with it. Like, I'm thinking, okay, so we're kind of getting back. Says she wants to go by her mom's. Another lie. She didn't want to go by her mom's. She wanted me to take her to her mom's so then she could get out the car, and that's when she did the reveal. She got out and she's like, yeah, my mom told me this that you talked to her about and stuff, and you didn't think I wasn't gonna find out or hear, and blah 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 blah, and then she said, what else she said? She said, yeah, appreciate these cigarettes, but I don't fucking want them. And then she threw them at me, and she said that she said something about my friends in Nashville and something when I was over there. I can't really recall it completely. What else did she say? She said, don't want you to try to get a hold of me or whatever, this is it. I can't believe you said that specific stuff to my mom, you know. Uh, Sometime when I can, I'll try to come over and get my stuff out of the storage thing and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, and I'm going, Kayla. I'm like, Kayla. I'm like, what the heck was the last 24 hours? I said, I was like, oh, so you just done all that because what? You think that I wouldn't bring you back home? That I would put you out at this? Like, what'd she think that if she told me, yeah, when we get back, I'm done with you, leaving you? Like, what'd she think I was gonna fucking do? Stop the car and tell her to get out on highway fucking or Interstate 40 and tell her to hitch it? No, man. Like, come on. I mean, that would have sucked and it would have been a major drag. So, in a way, I'm kind of glad she didn't, you know, I, but I didn't like not seeing it coming. And it just was weird. Like, we just fucking we had sex that night and then the next morning. And then 3 hours after that morning, we got up, had breakfast stuff, which we really just got something to eat on the go. Finally decided to get and head towards her mom's. Once we get to her mom's, once she's at her mom's, it's like she's like touchdown on, like she's hit fucking home base and she's safe now. Because as soon as she get there, she starts talking sideways, like she don't give a fuck. And I was just like, I said, what the? I was like, that's some. I said that's some evil conniving shit to sit there and pretend to be one way, and the whole time you was just waiting to do this. That's exactly what I told her. And as I was leaving out, her mom was kind of looking like with her arms crossed, and I said, "Hey, is it too late to still get to still take you up on that money you was gonna give me to go get her since she decided to pull this?" And she just waved at me and said and shook her head like, no. I should have been like, oh yeah, I need some money, I'll take your money. Yeah, I ain't got no money, I'm low on it. Like, that's what I should have done. If I had the foreknowledge that that's what she intended to do all along, I would have played along too, gotten them up. But no, I tried to handle it like a man, and it just didn't work out. It's just one of those. And you know where that comes from mainly? It has to do with the crux of the situation, which was this. See, yes, one of us does have major depressive disorder, like their mother. All right, and that can make it a little trying and difficult to be in some interactions with me, and to be in general, like just in my vicinity when certain stuff's going on. I recognize that. Like, I'm not an idiot. I'm very aware of that interplay and how it can kind of sometimes put off others. It's natural. You know, I get that. But hold on, let me think about what I was saying. Oh, shit. I had it right on my tongue. And yeah, I know I'm not checking the chat, but if anyone's down there and you're good, cool. Thank you for coming. Hit the like button. Appreciate you being here with me. Anyone of you is not cool or saying stupid shit, and if you're a mod in here, please hit that stupid shit and get it going. That's why I got people with wrenches, so they can take care of the chat when I'm not looking at it. Thank you very much. Okay, what I was saying, fuck. I had said that I should take the money and play it along if I knew that was going on, but I didn't. I tried to handle it like a man, I said. It just didn't work out. Oh, now I'm back on track now. So while I have depression and I know that of that interplay and that those challenges with the major depression, the major depression doesn't affect me in the sense like if I have strong feelings on one thing and they're that way for a while and they're solid, guess what? I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden it's going to be the opposite and I don't give a shit anymore. With Kayla, it could be like that. You know why? I'll give you I'll tell you exactly. See, people that have major depressive disorder, they generally, depending on what type of the disorder you have. See, I suffer from the fucked up case of it being MDD and then parentheses recurrent. And what that means, or what that says about the disorder for me is I have the major depressive disorder, but with it recurringly. So in other words, in a reoccurring fashion, like on repeat all the time, normally I'm in a down mood as it is. You know, I don't have a very rosy outlook on stuff. That's recurrent. All the stuff I feel depressed or down about in general in life, that's what that has to do with. However, though, most of those things are stable. They don't change. Like, the only way they would change is if something drastically affected or altered them. Now, with Kayla, see, she didn't, like, I had that. I had generalized anxiety disorder. And what's the other one? The CPTSD. But here's the thing. You didn't hear anything like, oh, I don't know, bipolar. Yeah, see, Kayla went to a place called, fuck, what'd they call that place in Memphis? God dang it. She told me all about it. Shit. Thanks, Ian, think. Lakeside. That's it. Lakeside Behavioral Health, maybe, or Lakeside Behavioral Center. Basically, a psych unit ward. Well, she had went there a couple times, and like I said, it's in Memphis because, and I guess that makes sense for her because technically where she lived, she was literally just 10 minutes from the Arkansas border and 15 minutes from Blytheville, Arkansas, which would then place her house about, you know, like Blytheville, Arkansas is exit 67, right? Okay. On the Arkansas side of the border. Her house is at the exit 4 turnoff. So at mile marker 4, that exit, which is where that gas station is, CarMax, that's what you take to get to her house. You go down just 4 more miles, and then you're at the border. You're at mile marker 0, and then you start at mile marker 0 and 1 once you cross in the Arkansas side. So, like I said, well, not 0, 1, but for some reason it starts around 60, whatever. So 67 is Blytheville. So I guess that's why instead of not going northern, because there's places that are north, and like for instance me, I went north in my situation. But when she had issues, and here again, she also was still a minor at the time too. So maybe it had to do with her dad choosing that place for some specific reason he was told. I don't know. But she would go there because it was an hour away, and technically she was like where she lived was closest in that facility. And they fucked her up, man. I mean, they told her that she she technically was diagnosed with bipolar. Uh, I know there's 1, 2, and then you got bipolar with schizo tendencies. You've got also bipolar with fucking manic tendencies, which is what she had, and you got bipolar with depressant tendencies. And what that means is like it doesn't mean that they don't have some of the other tendencies too ever, but for the most part, majorly, they only have, the majority of it is that. Well, hers was the manic kind. And so when she would go down, she'd go down, but it wouldn't be that prolonged. The longer phase of her bipolar would when she would be climbing up and would get and go through her mania stage. And I think when she did that shit that day, when I picked her up from Nashville, I think she was at the down phase. And she went through that. She cried. Then she exercised. I mean, technically did exercise. We worked calories off. We fucked, uh, talked, smoked, fucked, all that, ate. Then the next day, the moon comes and goes, the cycle changes. Next day comes, she's in a whole new geographical environment and kind of had a reset, so to speak, physically and mentally. And as soon as we got near her mom, she just started getting hyper and let down her little fake act. And like, I mean, it was straight up just like things I'd seen before, because she straight up described for me exactly what her little cycles are like. She told me straight up how it'd be. She might, if something gets her down real bad, something could get her down like randomly she didn't even see coming or anybody else. She'll be down, for maybe a day. She said worst ever was like a whole weekend. But eventually, at the end of it, she'll start to feel a little bit less stress. And then she'll get a surge in energy. And then once that happens, it's like that depression and those down feelings melt away. And they melt away only temporarily while she's manic. So the whole time she's manic, so if that started out in the evening the day before, then starting that morning, she climbs up the mania, goes, and she may keep going and run all the way till the end of that day. And maybe that night she'll hit the peak and it'll stop. Or the next day. But eventually when she hits that peak, it'll stop, and then literally it's on the trajectory of already coming over the hill, and the shit's going, she's going to be coming back down. She's going to crash. So that's what living with Kayla was like. Going through those cycles all the fucking time over different shit. But you know what? I still loved her. I didn't care. I loved her because there was a lot of things we clicked at. Our personalities just got along. We saw and agreed with a lot of the same political and world views. I mean, there was a lot of media and different things that we both consumed and liked, different stuff, comedians, artists. We almost had everything. It's just the problem that we had was our mental stuff being on opposite ends, sort of the different things that we had being opposites. It didn't complement. I could have done her dirty too. Like looking back, I could have ended up like making my move on I'll refer to her as OK, but DK, yeah, like there's no doubt about it. She was sending me signals. She didn't want to like hook up or like be my girlfriend and want me to get rid of Kayla, I bet, but she wanted to hang out and maybe just fuck one time or be like fuck buddies on the side. I don't know. But I know that night, like, she had, like, number one, away from Kayla, like, when Kayla wasn't around me, she straight up said, hey, you can come back anytime to hang out. Matter of fact, you should come back by later. She said, when I get that other smoking stuff, she's like, I'll give you some. She said, come back by and hang out. And she, she's like, let me give you and she took my phone and put her number in the phone book. All right. She done all that when Kayla wasn't around me. And that was the first time meeting her. And then when I went back there to hang out, like, she didn't go out of her way to get chairs for a sit or anything. No, she gets right on her bed and sits back there, and expected me to get up and sit on her bed, which I did. I sat on the side though. I didn't really get up. But I told Kayla about it, and basically Kayla waited out in the car. Kayla was like, you tell me if she does anything or whatever, like, and here, take your phone. And I said, I had my phone on and she was connected so she could hear everything she says. And she's like, you know, she said, she's like, if something happens or she's trying to like make me or something, she's like, do something to let me know. And she's like, put this shit on speakerphone and I'll fucking, but basically, the phone disconnected, which was bad because then I was worrying like, oh shit, fucking, she's gonna think that I'm fucking, she's gonna think that I'm trying to play her, and so I ended up making up an excuse and going out and leaving, going down there, and she wouldn't just leave. She went back up. I told her, I was like, she didn't try to make a move or nothing or whatever, but I think she was kind of giving me hints or whatever, but yeah. The way she looked at me when she's closed the door and Kayla was walking back because Kayla had gotten in her face and stuff. They didn't fight or nothing, but they, argued and different stuff. She looked at me like, wow, I cannot believe, like, I give you my number and stuff. I smoke with you and stuff. I invite you over here. And who knows what else she was imagining maybe doing. And she's like, and you're going to tell her and have her in the car the whole time? Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but I was loyal like that. I was loyal to Kayla. I wasn't going to cheat on her with nobody. Never crossed my mind to try cheating on her. Never attempted it. She got really insecure and concerned and suspicious when we was in Nashville because I started talking to this chick that I had went to private school with, actually. and we was on the bowling league together, and we used to hang out with a group of people, and I started talking to her, and she went way back in my message history, and back in old messages, yeah, like I explored and did try to attempt to at one time, like maybe see about dating her and stuff. So there was messages that you could tell like that were, but they were way way older. And I said, she's just an old friend. I was like, somebody at one time I considered maybe dating, but we never ended up dating in any way. You know, I was just like, it's more like somebody, I was like, she friend zoned me basically. I was like, I'm not saying she actually did, like, she didn't directly friend zone me because I tried, but just that's the way it seemed. You know, I told her. Boy, she tripped out on that. But then to freaking hear what Muhammad told me, man, like that just crushed me. I'm like, you mean to fucking tell me this fucking she if she cheat, and yeah, it is cheating. I don't give a shit that we might have been separated for that week, barely a week. It was like just up under a week, almost a week. We might have been technically separated, but we still married. We still had vows. And if she went over to that dude's house, which she most certainly did, and stayed the night, which she did, if she didn't just stay the night, like if anything happened between them, like that's fucked up. And that's dirty too, because that dude was a dirty motherfucker. Like he was a white dude, and he's one of them white dudes that has an obsessive need, or he used to at that time and back in high school. He would have the most longest, dirtiest, fucked up, and not taken care of properly dreadlocks. Yeah, white people dreadlocks, basically. Uh, he considered himself, he said he was, you know, kind of like juggle up or whatever, but I don't think he really was. And dude was just a little, like, you know, you might think that it's nothing when I say it, but when I say he was odd, like, he was freaking odd. All right. He's one of them guys in the school that people, you know, if you could go up to one random person, then a whole nother random person in a different clique, and both of them, if you said the same thing about that guy and was looking to see if they approved, agreed, both of them would fucking agree with you. And both of the people come from different sides, different cliques, do things all different. But one thing that would be agreed on is, yeah, that fucker's weird. And he just was nasty, man. Like, stunk too, back when we was in school. And I had basically had a run-in with him. We didn't fight, but we had words and shit. And I pretty much kind of roasted his ass pretty good. And I just roasted him. And he didn't have much else to say, you know. He didn't drive, I did. But she goes and she ends up running across this dude while she in Nashville. But not only that, oh, let me go hang out with him at his place and stay the night over there. One of the other things she did while we was there that got underneath my skin, I went to sleep early one night because I was getting over a cold, and technically we wasn't at Muhammad's yet because we was at the place we was going to get that lease. It fell apart, so temporarily we went and stayed at my friend D's house, and his dad, the mentor, the father, my friend's father, that's like a mentor to me. The house I used to hang out when I was in high school and shit growing up. like we went back to that same spot. And I think we stayed there about a week and a half, max 2, whatever. Brownie was starting to limp and get his leg healed, and I go to sleep, because I'm not feeling that well. Go to bed. Next morning comes along. I get with my buddy D, and who else? I think there was one other person that had stayed over there too, and we went out to this vehicle that stayed parked in the front, this old Ford vehicle at the garage, and we all got in it because we hotboxed in there. And as we was lighting it up and stuff and hotboxing, this friend of my other friends, not really a friend of mine, was sitting up in the front, and he was going through photographs he had taken of just last night. Apparently, they all went out to this pool. They went to this pool at a place where, they don't live. So they basically, snuck in there and circumvented it to go to that pool and swim, because. And, well, not only did they go, but apparently my wife decided to join the guys. And when I say the guys, I mean, she's the only fucking female there with nothing else but dudes. Now, you might be thinking you're tripping. Did anything happen? If not, then you're just tripping, being possessive and concerned. I'll give you that. How about though if you saw a photo go by? Because I'm sitting in the back seat, the blunt gets passed to me. This dude's in front of me in the passenger seat, moving through these photographs, so I can see sort of over him and see them. As he's going through them and laughing at them, I start to notice that, oh, hey, wait, there's Kayla. Oh, wait, there's Kayla now at the pool when they're there. Kayla didn't have a bathing suit or anything. So how do you think she decided to go swimming? Well, it's like one of the pictures, Kayla's regularly dressed and stuff. And the next thing you know, at the pool, once she gets there, she strips down almost like she's in a bathing suit, but she's not in no bathing suit. No, she's in her she just fucking uses her undergarments and treats them as a bathing suit. And I say undergarments, I basically mean her bra and her her panties wasn't it's like Victoria's Secret type shit, laced, not see-through or anything, but still laced. I didn't like that. Or the bra, and all around these fucking dudes. I think I want to take it back and say that Jess was with them, this other chick. But shit, she's what's his name's dad's girlfriend. She ain't gonna fuck with any of them younger guys or anything. But fucking and they're taking pictures and she's in them and she's in them and you see her, she's scantily clad, seeing your girlfriend in a bikini's nice, but when you see your girlfriend or your wife, I mean, in her fucking shit that you normally would only see when y'all are in bed or you're about to get it on, walking around for everybody in the world to frickin' see, mainly around all nothing but dudes, going swimming around them and shit like that. Man, I flipped the fuck out. I lost it. I did. I chewed her ass out for that. I was like, I fucking find out. How do I find out? By sitting back, smoking a blunt, and seeing this shit right in front of me on the replay. That's how I find out. I didn't even get told when I woke up, oh, by the way, babe, I went out swimming last night with your friend and his friend. No, I had to just find out. Nobody let me in on it. That's fucked up. Ended up letting go and getting over it, but it's just little stuff like that. And then, like not leaving LA when I said, we need to go. I've got to go. I can't do this. This is not for me. I said, okay. I was like, I've rethought about it now. Being this my life every day, I didn't really think about it as much coming here and didn't grasp what it would be like. But I was like, there's no way I'm going to be working this much every day and only studying just a little bit and only studying stuff from them without any source on it to be able to check it for $50 a week and free room and board, basically, which is nothing more than a fucking bunk bed. At the time when we was in the EPF, we was with all of our own gender. That means bunk beds. I was in the big blue building, which is the people know it as the big blue building, but technically it's the PAC, which stands for Pacific Area Command. That's the PAC base, basically. Pacific because it's on the Pacific coast, California, and is on either the 7th or the 8th floor. It's only a 9 to 10 stories completely built. I mean, it's pretty good size, but all the girls would be together that was in the EPF and all the guys. Now, when you get out of the EPF, of course, and graduate, and you move on to your post and your job, and you're in the Sea Org as a, hatted member, well, guess what? Your living situation only changes in the sense that you move to a different area to live, but you're still with all dudes, and you don't get your own room, like nothing like that. You don't get a roommate that's just one guy or whatever. No, you're still crowded and crowded living conditions and stuff. So that is one of the reasons why I heard that people get married in there a lot. Like there's a lot of people in there. It can get kind of tricky and messy because people will get married, then divorce, then they each marry the opposite person that the other person was just married to. Like, yeah, some fucking complicated love triangle shit. But they said that one of the reasons why people are quick to get married because they each know that that's the only way for them to get their own room. And it's not even your own room. You still share it with your spouse, but at least it's your own room. But it's barely just a little bit probably bigger in square footage and space than, a cushy jail cell almost, you know. Uh, your wife or yourself could be called in to a office all at once and get told by the person that handles that stuff and your assignment that, hey, we're assigning you to go to Clearwater, Florida, and to help out with our org down there. Maybe, let's say the Clearwater org in Florida has been below stats and has been out. In other words, which they don't really say below stats. That's the normal way to look at it, but they would say is out stats. Hell, they might even say they're out ethics too, and they're out. What's the word? The acronym abbreviation. Ah, shit. They're not squared away. That's the Scientology phrase. They're out stats. They're out ethics, and also they could also say out policy, and they're just totally in general not squared away. Like, you know, they're not bringing anybody in, not selling a lot of books, not signing people up. Like, so they'll send me maybe and a couple other people that might be right under me in rank and a part of, and if I'm in that specific job office that deals with addressing challenges at an org, then I would also probably have an assistant at that point. You know, I would had to been in there for years to be at that level. I'd have an assistant and then you know, one or two other people, and we would basically have to go down there. And I know this how it works because I've had them explain it. Aaron and the guy that ended up trying to recruit me when I was in Nashville, and then I called them specifically back to have me recruited when we wanted to join me in Kayla. And they said, I mean, you know, like, and if that org is, which Clearwater is kind of a bad example because Clearwater is not going to have those type of reports. Like, they're not going to be out of stats. They're not going to be, they might not be doing the greatest, but they're going to have their P's and Q's in order. Everybody's going to have their hat on because they're expected a lot from them. Clearwater has almost become like a city of Scientology. I mean, you've got a majority of Scientologists that are on the city council, which is why people like Aaron on YouTube that fight, your boy Aaron that fights Scientology and advocates about the truth that stuff because he grew up in it, was born in it. He's on the council too and goes down there regularly to town hall meetings and stuff and speaks about them. They're the largest real estate holder, literally, on the fucking planet. When I say they are the largest real estate holder, I do not say that lightly or half. Like, I mean, they beat everybody else. There is not a single other organization, religious, corporate, fraternal, or otherwise, or group of people, or even individual themselves that is a bigger and more diverse and quantity and quality of land, buildings, and realty than Scientology. Scientology, literally, I mean, and that was all done, you know, on purpose. Just think, if Scientology hadn't gotten that tax exemption in '93, let's say the IRS saw these responses to these lawsuits and Scientology sending people to get jobs in the IRS office and shit. Suppose they decide to say, no, all right, they want to fuck with the tiger, they're gonna get the horns, and they decide to tell them, you know, fuck them. We'll get lawyers for everybody being sued, and we're not budging. Didn't give them the tax exempt status. I think what would have happened, because this is what they was afraid of and looking at, because of L. Ron Hubbard running shit the way he ran it, starting up from the moment he started it. At this point, technically, he wasn't really on the run, so to speak, but he was in hiding still yet. He was living privately and reclusively, and he did not, you know, I mean, for years he stayed on the sea and stayed out of sight because people kept trying to serve him papers from the government, papers from different psychiatric associations and different other representatives and attorneys that represented him suing him because of the stuff he had been saying and promoting. And so basically, that's the way he dealt with that stuff. He ducked and dodged. He stayed on the move. He avoided them. He just didn't deal with it. And that was his way of dealing with it. not only that, but like he moved around so much, you know, and was so used to doing that, which I guess worked out for them well because it seemed like every place the Scientology crew and their vessels and boats would go and dock, they would get a bad reputation within a short amount of time. And a lot of times it's storied that um, literally Sea Org members and stuff would come running. They'd get up on the boat and they would hurry up and haul ass up out of there. And while they're doing that, getting sometimes little crowds would encircle at the dock and would be throwing trash and shit at their boat. You know, they did not have the best reputations when they pulled into ports and stuff. They just didn't. I mean, I don't know what particularly was about it, but people didn't care for them. So at this point, L. Ron Hubbard, it's in the 80s, and they're looking at a tax bill that's estimated somewhere. Now, this is the estimate, it's not the final one. L. Ron Hubbard hears it, and the number is like like close to the billions of stuff, and he's like, and they said that his initial reaction was that has to be overshooting it by a lot. And actually, it was undershooting it because the amount was even way higher. But at that figure, even there, the concern was essentially if we don't get tax exempt status, because we don't have that money, we're not paying that bill. Um, They refused to pay it on the principle that they believed also they was a religion. They're there to save mankind. L. Ron Hubbard is true, you know, and fuck the government, da 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 da. So they wasn't going to pay, but they couldn't pay even if they wanted to. What they would have had to do, and this is because then a year or so later, all right, right, L. Ron Hubbard fucking kicks the bucket. Dude dies, and by the way, his autopsy, I hate to say it, but the Scientologists should know this. His autopsy reported that he had thorazine in his, yeah, uh, maybe it wasn't thorazine. I want to say thorazine. He had, I think, thorazine or something thorazine like, and also barbiturates. And the main thing about the whole thorazine thing or thorazine like drug was it was a psychiatric type of drug. He was supposed to be completely against psychiatry and medical drugs. Never supposed to take a drug himself. Not even marijuana and stuff like that. Like he didn't even embrace mushrooms, marijuana, or any of that stuff as having any benefits or places. It was all looked at. See, to Scientology, all these drugs and stuff, what they do essentially is they weigh down your body, mind, and spirit. And to a degree, depending on what substance it is, that is true. But, like, let's look at marijuana, for example. It can weigh down the mind and cloud your memory centers in your brain and different things. But when it comes to but see, with those trade off of negative effects, which they're very light negative effects, you get good rushes of creativity, a stronger appetite, um, you know, and then for the little people and older people, both alike, children and adults that have horrible seizures and have just found their cure, which is essentially completely full marijuana, Rick Simpson type of oil, you know, THC and CBD, CBN, all that. Like, I mean, that shows right there that that's more of a medicine than anything. But even with the positive stuff it has, the only negative stuff weed really has is it wears out certain parts of your mind, your brain. Now, Scientologists say it's no good for you because even if it does give you a little boost of something temporarily, ultimately in the long run, um, you're going to get in the cycle of, addiction and using it more and more with the tolerance aspect. And they believe that, weed was something you most definitely got tolerated to, of course, but but they didn't have the idea that you could just stop and you wouldn't have no withdrawals or anything. And they said not only that, but according to Hubbard, like this stuff builds up in your skin. And that's why people go through the purification program. It's like necessary if you've ever done drugs, especially to do it. And basically, what it is, and it's nothing scientific about it, but you go to a sauna in regular intervals and they give you a routine of holistic type of vitamins along with certain substances such as niacin, which is a fat burner, right? I don't know if they give some type of activated charcoal too, but they give niacin and some other stuff. Uh, what was that? Niacin and a lot of vitamin C and crap like that. And when you're going through the Purif, basically, supposedly you're supposed to be with the regimen and stuff they have you on and the vitamins with your abstination of the drugs and going through those periods of going through the sauna and stuff, which would also include as well exercise on so much exercise each day to sweat more. They said that while that's going on, you may have a flashback of an episode when you was on drugs or something else, and they say to ignore it because essentially what that is your body sweating that crap out and getting rid of it. So it could trigger you to have a mint. And I said, okay, but what's the wrong thing about it? They said the wrong thing about it is it distracts you away from more important purposes in life. Like Scientologists have this grid when it comes to life, different things, and they refer to different parts of life dynamics, the dynamics of life. For example, the first dynamic is yourself. It's you, it's the individual. These are basically levels of existence and levels of awareness, basically. The second dynamic is you in relation to your family, your immediate family, like your blood, your flesh and blood, as well as your friend. Well, not friends, just your family, I mean. The third dynamic is in your relationship to you and your friends and peers, basically, that are close to you in your life. And then the fourth dynamic is essentially the rest of the world at large, nature, uh, mankind, all of mankind. Like that is the fourth dynamic, the planet Earth. And also, they also included to be in it the term God. And I say the term because to Scientologists, some Scientologists, God uh, represents and is said to that person and basically represents a deity. To other people, it represents a force in the metaphysical and physical world that, exist metaphysically and physical, whatever, but is not, they don't necessarily see it as a person or a deity, maybe a spirit. And, it does it basically is like the glue of the universe. It keeps everything together. It's the universal everything. You know, to be fair, depending on what your views is, if you subscribe to some scientific views, that's not entirely wrong. There is the universe, as I forget how old they measured it, but basically, you know, you are made up of the same stuff. At the end of the day, when you break it down to baseline level, the building blocks that build you, your body, your being that you're moving through on this plane of existence is derived and a part of the same exact material that created all of this, the earth, and all of it. So, in other words, like you, me, everybody else, we're all part of God, or what we call and know as God. But you know, what's weird is when you get into Scientology and they first onboard you and everything, like you have to watch this orientation video and you can't watch it alone because they don't want you to have any thoughts of mass or any exteriorization, they claim. Like they want you to be alert and pay attention to it. Um, they will keep trying. Like if you're saying no to the stuff they're suggesting, whether it's to recruit you to join, maybe they're trying to just recruit you to join staff. Maybe they're trying to recruit you to join the Sea Org, or maybe they're just trying to sell you a book, some courses, and some auditing. Whatever the case is, they have a very persistent and redundant method and approach, so to speak, to wear people down and persuade heavily to get them to essentially, you know, finally decide to change their mind if, you know, and get them to agree to whatever you're trying to get them to do. Like, I have seen people talk about examples when they were working in sales and they show people in the Sea Org with the computer when they have a customer or somebody that they're dealing. I call them customer because that's basically what it is. They don't even treat them as decent as a customer. But they have looked up people just like people on the YouTube here do, trolls and shit. They Sea Org people are trained to look up people and see exactly what maybe mortgage they like, what their financial situation looks like, essentially, what their credit is, all that. And people have said that while they were being pressured and to get more stuff from Scientology, and they said they just don't think they really could afford to take that on right now. They literally had a Sea Org person say, "Well, what about your home equity credit line? You know, you've never used it before, and you have a lot. It would only need just a little bit of it, and you could pay it back." And this person said, "I said, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa." He's like, he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, and when he got them to clarify and confirm that, yeah, they were talking about his residential, uh, it was his residential, whatever he had with his house. He could, in a way, basically, I guess, borrow money against his house or whatever if he needed to in a bind, however that shit works. And he's like, whenever they said that to me, knowing that this other person that's trying to get me to sign up here because they're trying to supposedly help improve my life, my mind, and my soul, right, and save mankind, when they reveal and basically let it slip and try to give me the idea, well, hey, you could use this. It straight up told me, these people are looking at my financial information. And the guy said, I didn't even know they could do that. So I went and asked around, and apparently, oh yeah, if you have someone's basic information and birth date and different stuff, you can do it. And people that left Scientology that worked in upper levels said, oh, they would show them all the time. Like we were shown how you could find out if they have any active credit cards, how many, what type of the credit cards did they have, what was the credit lines, were they maxed out? They could find out all kinds of crap like that somehow. Um, why? Because they they do that to ensure that they teach the Sea Org people that people's mind, that the human mind holds us back. It's a flaw of it, and it's also a flaw of the reactive mind of us never improving ourselves in way, and it does it in many different variety of ways. As from something as simple as not signing up for a frickin' course or auditing. So they say, so they have Sea Org people go to look at this info of these people's, which could be seen as, invasion of privacy to them. And I've seen people on the documentaries talk about they didn't like it once they realized that people had looked up stuff of theirs. And then I heard another story from a guy that actually, guess what? He wasn't upset. He listened to their ideas. They told him, basically they told him like, well, you could use some of this stuff we to happen to notice when we entered in your information. He's like, you know what? He's like, you're right. And he's like, and I went and did it a couple times. He's like, I actually took the money and borrowed it and gave it to him. You know, he's like, you might think I'm a sucker. He said, but I saw it at the time. Honestly, my mind thought, well, these guys are really on top of it. And, and I end up asking him, I'm like, how did you end up finding that out and stuff? And, isn't that a little too much? And they said, well, we do that because remember, like I told you, your reactive mind will hold you back. Uh, we we do stuff like that just to simply show you that there is a way. There's always a possibility. You have more resources than you know. You just have to be aware of them sometimes and reminded of them. But that shit was crazy. He's like, I should have never done that. You know, Yeah, he's like, it got me in the worst part of debt ever. He's like, they don't care to get you into debt. Their whole thing, those Sea Org members that are making the basically the finalized sales on whether if it's a course or auditing time, anything at all, or even up to an e-meter, they are doing that for nothing more than to have positive up stats to show that, hey, look, our organization is in motion. We have things being purchased, but not really purchased because there's no freaking sales tax because they're a religion, right? So when I come into the church as a public person, turn it off, turn it off. Anyways, so essentially, I lost my train of thought for a second. But I'm just going on about random stuff, kind of having a vent stream on different things I've thought of a lot and things I'm interested. Because Scientology still interests me as an organization, how it came to be, how it affects the planet, and it's close to home with me considering I was there. You know, um, and it's just weird, and I'm intrigued even more because of going through it hearing the stuff that they revealed and was in those books and courses, a lot of it straight up makes, like, not only does it make sense, I could take books that this one guy talks about on his YouTube channel. I could take books related that aren't Scientology, but are either philosophy or some type of spirituality, or they might even be scientific and things that basically are real. And then there's these other ones that give like parables and stories and break down things and how they relate to other stuff in the world. And he basically showed, like, all right, now you remember in the Scientology book, blah blah blah, they tell you this and this, and they say that these are the three fundamental principles of this. And then they went over to this religious text from the frickin' Buddhism. Yeah, I'm not kidding, Buddhism. And they gave one of the things that's essentially said right there, one of the three principles, but written slightly different, but essentially the same thing. They got one there, and they got another one of them straight up can either come from Thelema, which is the do what thou wilt, the freaking Satanism like type, not Satanism, but it was Thelema basically, or it's not a paganism thing, but it's called Thelema. It's basically people that believe in themselves. They kind of see themselves as the controller of their destiny or their god or their own god, basically. So the second, so that other principle could come from there, and it also, get this, he found it written in not Christian literature, but what's that one? Come on. Now I remember. It was a New Age. It's one of the New Age book, more newer age books. I can't think. Anyways, that's that other principle, and then the final one. Brace yourself for this. Ready? Literally, the final principle, and this part of the Scientology thing. You could literally find this principle described and outlined nearly identical with just the changing of like two words, and it was sourced from none other than, drum roll, dun, 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 Islam. And there's a bunch of other things, like, I mean, he has shown so many examples, and that's why I said a while back when I covered Scientology on a different stream that I'll tell you exactly what Scientology is. Scientology is L. Ron Hubbard's, literally his own personal experience to delve into his mind and soul and figure out what was afflicting him and what it was all about and what he was all about, and to learn himself and to fix whatever maladies he had mentally, like psycho issues. That's what Scientology is. Scientology is nothing more than a 501c3 listed as a religious organization, It ought to be listed as a freaking nothing more than at the most, maybe a philosophical organization. But it shouldn't be tax exempt. It shouldn't be a religion. You know, religions have a tenet of faith. They usually have a deity, and if they don't have a deity, they have some other type of structure. Like for instance, say not that, but some of the more new age spiritual and things. They don't perhaps look up to or pray to a person or being that's a god, but they still pray. That's just that they see themselves praying to the universe. It's weird, man. It's and basically L. Ron Hubbard went all around the world when he was in the army, the Navy, also when he was in Scientology, going all around in his boats across the world. Um, he has studied. He studied literally just about every either religion, philosophy, type of thought he came across, culture, and anything he found that he thought was worthwhile or made logical, spiritual sense and could be demonstrated. That was another key thing. If it couldn't be demonstrated in a practical sense somehow, um, he pretty much discarded it, you know, because the name Scientology literally means the study, like Scientology. The word, if a word has ology at the end of it, it means the study of. And so, since the word is Scientology, it's Scio is supposed to be like life. So, Scientology means the study of life. In other words, life and all that it encompasses. That's what the word means, and that's what Scientology is. But for it to be religion, no. It would be a stretch even to call it a philosophy because there is nothing that is consistent with it. See, it has all these different components that make it up. You've got stuff from Buddha, you got stuff from Zoroism, you got stuff from the regular Judeo-Christianity traditions, Jewish traditions, Islamic traditions. You have stuff that comes from, minds like people that saw like Darwinism. You have stuff from Darwin and people that didn't believe in God, and then you have stuff from people that did believe in God. You have philosophic uh, roots built into it, and then they blend in along with it the mind, and they say that the psychiatrists are actually evil people. You know, um, the whole system of psychiatry is to keep the human mind locked away so they never fully wake up and recover. Uh, you know, but the stuff that really stood out to me, what they said about psychology was about, or psychiatry, was how there's no blood test. Like, there's no way to determine any of these psychological disorders. Now, when it comes to more serious things like stuff like schizophrenia or very, you know, chronic paranoia, I think even without blood tests and all that, like we see enough demonstrated that manifests itself. And if you observe somebody that deals with stuff like that, like, you know, I mean, it's legit, but that made me think about, like, how is there no blood like, they call it a chemical imbalance, but they can't tell you what chemical. They speculate and they theorize that, well, they know that chemicals like serotonin, oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, and all those play a part in the brain and assist in different functions, but they really don't know what the correct level and what you're supposed to have in your system is. And I don't think there is a stable level. I think your serotonin and all that stuff fluctuates. In fact, we know it does. You have an orgasm, boom, you just got flooded. I forget what the unit of measurement is, but it's so much uh, dopamine and so much serotonin. Uh, they measure it in some weird unit or way. All that you supposedly just released. As soon as you have an orgasm, like, brain fires off all that, those, and, pushes them out. But here's the thing, the brain also has it has ways to protect itself. And so if the body is producing too much of something, like too much dopamine for it, like when people do meth, it burns their dopamine centers out, and it basically causes the brain to work overdrive and the body to work overdrive to produce more and more and more dopamine. But you know what the problem is? It can't make any more. Not only can it not make any more, while it's been making any more, the countermeasures that are built in naturally to the body are trying to hit the brakes and stop any more dopamine from coming out. So your body is almost literally fighting with itself because you have an innate function that wants to restrict how much dopamine you make. And you might be thinking, well, why would it do that? Too much of some things is not a good thing. Perhaps it's not healthy, or perhaps it's not good for your brain to have, you know, an abundance of that stuff. I mean, I'm not I don't know. I'm just theorizing, but they speculate that it's a chemical imbalance. Well, okay. How does an SSRI, which, remember how I told you, like, when we take opiates, for example, the opiates plug the pain receptors of our brain, and they basically push the gas and the green light for our brain to produce and make essentially endorphins. It plugs that mu opioid receptor, and our brain starts plopping out endorphin after endorphin after endorphin after endorphin and dopamine. And that stuff goes through the body. And whenever it comes upon a receptor that's not filled, it clicks onto that receptor and it locks in place just like a key. And it basically activates and causes, the perception of no pain, warmth feeling. And then once it gets to a certain point, you're still having that effect because it's out there, the stuff you made, but now it's ran its course. The body is like, hey, we got an overabundance of this crap out here because we've got endorphins that can't even get on a receptor. Like, we got endorphins just hanging around, not even attached. We need to dial it back. So then they hit the brakes and they make the body work a lot slower and put out fewer of those neurotransmitters. And that's the very first time. Now, as you take and go through the addiction process, essentially your body gets used to only making those endorphins and neurotransmitters, only producing it when your brain and body receive the man-made, artificial, but still natural. I mean, the semi-synthetic opioids technically have a natural component, and that basically fits it like a puzzle piece, and that simply picture it like a boot on a conveyor belt holding up a conveyor belt. Once those that U opioid receptor chemical is introduced into the brain and it plugs the first port like a puzzle piece, well then that allows it to hit the gas and essentially start churning out endorphin pieces to go back out. But here's the issue: with time, the body starts to recognize more and more, okay, what that is and what it does. And last few times it made this much endorphins, but you know, we're used to this now. The DNA has gotten used to it, your body's used to it, the cells. Uh, and essentially, what happens is it doesn't make as much of the endorphins as it did at first. So then you start doubling up on the dose. Everybody knows what this is. This is fucking tolerance 101. And what's dangerous about this is that you could essentially that when you're going through like slight withdrawal, they say that your brain is not producing no endorphins. What's they say when you're in severe opioid addiction and starting to hit withdrawal, like say it's almost getting noon in the day, you should have had your dosage in by about an hour or two ago. Past 30 minutes, and for the last hour, more and more gradually, you've been noticing you're sweating. But you're not just sweating, you're sweating, and then all of a sudden, a couple moments later, you're cold. And you notice that your skin is clammy. And you start to notice that you're yawning a lot. Like you're yawning a big amount, so much that you yawn to where you have a tear come out of your eye and you have to wipe it. And then guess what? Not even a minute later, you yawn just as big again and teary eyed again. What is that? That is withdrawal. That is one version of withdrawal. Another version is people fucking literally not just with the cold and yawning and stuff, but they get freaking they start vomiting. Even if they got nothing in there, they vomit bile. And then the other one, when you go back to the other side, I don't like, speaking from personal experience, because this is how I always experience withdrawal. I didn't vomit, but I had it come out the other end. And I tell you what, is not pleasant. And so essentially, and the reason why that happens, I'll tell you straight up. Do y'all know what Imodium is? How many of you know that how many of you think you know what is Imodium? It helps you when you have diarrhea, right? Keeps you from shitting, right? Right. What do you think it is? Does anybody know what it is? Or know why it does that or how it does it? I'll break it down for you real quick. Basically, Imodium, the drug Imodium, it's on the World Health Organization, WHO's list of essential medicines, over the counter. It is loperamide, is the chemical name, and it is effectively an opiate. It is 100% an opiate. Yep. Imodium, when you go to the drugstore or dollar store, Walmart, go in there, you can buy probably 4 or 5 bottles of the shit. Completely legal. It doesn't matter. You can get as much as you want. It's an opiate. But it, it's very weak. Very, very weak. But chemically, it has an opiate chemical composition and structure. And the reason why it keeps you from shitting and helps you stop having diarrhea is essentially this. When people take opioids, not only do they make you feel warm, get rid of your pain, and even produce euphoria, they also cause you to basically not be as regular. Like if you're taking pain pills regularly, or even taking for a short period of time, you're going to notice that like whatever your normal going to the bathroom number 2 schedule is, it's going to change. Not only is it going to change, you may even notice that it's like more constipated and hard to pass. And that's because opioids uh, react with the human gut. See, the human intestines and gut have opioid receptors in them, just like your brain has opioid receptors. Where the diarrhea crap happens, that has opioid receptors. So if you take Imodium, a lot of people, when they have nothing else and they're withdrawing, they will take all the way up to the safe amount, maximum amount of Imodium they can take, and then they double it, and then they basically half it. They half what they just doubled. That just whatever they took doubled. They double what they originally took. Then they take half of what that double was that they took after the original one. You get it? They cut it back in half and take half of the same amount. Why? Well, they don't. They know that technically they're taking more than is safely recommended, and they do that because, like I said, loperamide is so weak. But like I said, it's an opioid. So if you're going through opioid withdrawal, if you just take the regular amount to help with regular diarrhea, it's not really going to help. But if you take the max you could take in a day plus a little bit more, it's going to be such an abnormal and higher amount. Not too crazy enough to hurt you, but just enough to where it'll keep you from having any more diarrhea for a little while. You won't get a buzz though. Like you won't even really feel better. You know, it'll just calm down your stomach uh, and your body to some degree, but and it very shortly too. Some people have hurt themselves doing that. I read about. They said that they took so much of that loperamide, and when they finally did go to the bathroom, they tried to go, they strained and they bled. Yeah, nasty. Look, if you're gonna detox from opioids and you're not gonna do it the medical way with drugs or whatever, then go get you nature's drug. Is what I refer to it. Kratom. It's not technically a drug like a pharmaceutical or weed, but basically it's a plant like weed, and like weed, there's a chemical molecule in that plant in kratom called mitragynine hydroxy speciosa, and basically mitragynine hydroxymitragynine, whatever the fuck it is, that chemical in kratom, when it goes through your body's process of digestion, it's converted by the liver, and it's a mu opioid receptor agonist. It's probably about the potency. Like, okay, so I said loperamide was a really, really weak opioid. So we'll put on the lowest end of the list, we have loperamide first. And next up on the strength would be, after that would probably be mm, but we'll say yeah, it'd have to be codeine, Tylenol 3 would have to be next. The next strongest opioid would be then tramadol. And then after that would be Loratab, hydrocodone, then oxycodone, and then complete straight oxycodone, morphine, Demerol. There's a few others too I can't think of that are like only solution or shot-based opioids in the ER and critical injuries. So that, and then you keep going further, and then it will eventually get to fentanyl. The highest one on the top of the top would top of the food chain would be carfentanil, but in the hospital it would be fentanyl. Um, and I think below fentanyl technically would be maybe we can look at all right, so technically kratom, so it would be loperamide, then it would be kratom, and then after kratom would be codeine. Dihydrocodeine, tramadol, hydrocodone, oxycodone, morphine, and then hydromorphone. Hydromorphone is Dilaudid. That's the brand name for it. Methadone is after hydromorphone. And you may be thinking, well, methadone's for getting off of it. It's still an opioid, though. And if somebody that never took opioids were to be given a dosage of methadone, let's say if they just like broke an arm, I'm telling you that methadone is gonna fix them up, you know. But normally a doctor wouldn't use such a thing in an injury. They would rather use something tried and true like Demerol or morphine or fentanyl. You have sufentanil too, strong opioids. And fentanyl, guess what, is not the strongest. It's on the lowest end. It's first on the lowest. It's lowest, number one at the bottom of the strong list. So it's fentanyl, then alfentanil, buprenorphine. Now I did not believe this, but methadone is not as strong as buprenorphine. Fentanyl, apparently, realistically, while it is very strong, and the stuff that's made on the streets and in these illicit labs is probably stronger than pharmacological fentanyl, but I did not think buprenorphine would be above fentanyl. But after buprenorphine, then you got sufentanil, one of the most potent opioids used primarily in anesthesia. Now, I've never done fentanyl, as like a drug in recreation. I've never used it prescribed or anything, or non-prescribed. But I was given it when I was getting a procedure done, and I didn't understand. Like, I just happened to decide to ask them, "Oh, by the way, what do y'all using to put me down? Actually, in this, what do y'all use to sedate me or put me under with anesthesia?" And I asked him because I said the reason I'm asking is because I know that anesthesia is usually a type of you have people when they hear anesthesia, the department, they think, oh well, responsible for, making sure that you're sedated and stuff. But did you know that an anesthesiologist, like, they're very dangerous? There's a guy that was in court actually because he was trying to kill his wife, and he was an anesthesiologist, and he was trying to kill her with probably some type of fentanyl or some other opioids that he had gotten. That's what an anesthesiologist does. They use a lot of the times opioids to sedate you. When they told me fentanyl, I said, "What fentanyl?" I was like, "How can you use that though?" I said, I told them, because at the time I was still taking buprenorphine, Suboxone. I said, how will that work if I'm on buprenorphine? They said, because it's enough of a dosage and the way it's delivered to you, like we're going to give it to you IV. They said, so it's going to be automatically stronger than and overcome any buprenorphine you have. Doc pretty much told me, he said, any buprenorphines that's on your receptors, it's going to kick it right off, and the fentanyl will take over. And he said, as soon as we get done with it, though, just about as soon as we get done, but just a little bit lag after we get done, all those will come off your receptors, basically, and buprenorphine will be back. I was like, he's like, the body's amazing, isn't it? He's like, that's what basically happens. The most common side effects, like I said, when it comes to opioids, feeling sick, or having euphoria and tiredness. They cause dependence, addiction, and we're becoming more aware, society has, and humans, that long-term use is not helpful, and guidelines are increasingly advising against it, as the risk of addiction is high and the pain control is not as successful as previously thought. When they're used in the short term, for example, in end-of-life care for cancer, addiction doesn't usually occur, and they're very successful for this type of pain, but they're not just good for cancer pain. I know a lot of people, like there's a lot of people that's on the side of, we need to somehow eventually get to where when it comes to chronic pain or any types of pain that people deal with, you do and use everything else but opioids. And there's nothing wrong with that if the person doesn't have an extensive chronic history, but if they do, and if they've been on opioids before, like to try to withhold opioids from people completely just because at one point you're addicted to them, or you're worried that they might be addicted or become addicted, you can't do that. Like, that's not, I think that violates the Hippocratic Oath, because the Hippocratic Oath, doctors love to say, it says, well, it first says is no harm. And I had one doctor one time, and he said, and I'm avoiding and sticking to my oath by not doing harm, because I'd be doing harm in my by if I gave you opioids. And I argued, and this was years and years back, like when my addictions first started. I argued back and I said, yeah, but protecting this medicine a while and I'm kind of grown dependent on it. Aren't you causing harm if you don't help me with something, or help me out with something long enough till you can medically supervise me off of it to where I don't have crazy, unbearable side effects? And he said, you know what? You're actually right. He said, and I do know that you had a legitimate use. You didn't just take them off the streets. He said, so he's like, I'll help you. I'm like, well, thank you. I was like, I can't take this crap. Tramadol, buprenorphine, diamorphine, hydromorphone. Oh, there's another one also called pethidine. Pethidine. I've never been given this crap. But it's basically given in tablets and injection. Pethidine was widely once used in Australia. It was their go-to. It's now less often used because newer, safer opioids are available. It's been used to reduce pain, labor pain, and childbirth. It's also known as meropidine, sold under the brand name Demerol. Oh, wait, I have had this before. Okay, so that's Demerol. It's a fully synthetic opioid pain medication synthesized in 1938 as a potential anticholinergic. So, see, acetocholinergics are substances that block the action of acetylcholine transmitter, neurotransmitter at synapses in the central and peripheral nervous system. German chemist Otto Eisleb. Its analgesic properties, analgesic is pain killing, relieving, were recognized by Otto Schwamann while working for IG Farben in Germany. Here's a little interesting history. Y'all know about IG Farben, right? It's a pharmaceutical company that started in Germany. Guess what? When the US and British did their carpet bombing campaigns over Germany, Berlin, and all that, you'd think that, we just wiped everything out, right? You'd be wrong, though. See, there were places in Germany, companies there. Not only did they do business with the U.S. before, but they had ties to the U.S., company ties, people ties, and business interest and stuff. Essentially, and one thing I don't know, if anybody can figure out and let me know if history knows or if it's even recorded why this was done, but specifically IG Farben's building, Pfizer, Merck, and some other prominent companies in Germany, basically, that also worked in the US and different things, they were spared from the car. Like JP Morgan had a property there also where they did bombings, and it was completely spared from the carpet bombing campaigns. So when that crap happened, that the Allies, when they got their orders to the people in the planes and stuff that dropped those bombs, and they were lining it up and picking out the targets, that whoever was in charge of planning and making sure they didn't drop them in the wrong spot was told, yeah, so in other words, you can hit anything, just not here, 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 here. Not only did we spare those companies' buildings from the bombs, and you might be saying, okay, so we spared them. Maybe they wasn't Nazis. Maybe they were just caught in a bad situation. No, these companies straight up helped the Nazi war effort. I mean, if you're Germany and you've got all these troops trying to advance and take all this land and space and occupy these countries in Europe, and they need to stay awake and work long periods of time. And guess what? They just happen to discover the best thing for doing that. Introducing methamphetamine. Yeah, good old methamphetamine, I believe, if I'm not wrong, was synthesized in Germany. Let me check out. It was synthesized from ephedrine, and ephedrine we all know is ephedrine is a medication used to manage and treat clinically significant hypotension. It's an involuntary nervous system stimulant. It can treat low blood pressure and improve breathing. So technically it's a stimulant, even if ephedrine is, but it was synthesized by a Japanese scientist in 1893. Okay, so it wasn't made in Germany. I stand corrected. However, it was not until 1919 that another Japanese scientist, Ogata, managed to synthesize it in the crystalline form in which it's known today. During the Second World War, amphetamine and during the second, okay, I'm back. Um, dextroamphetamine. During the Second World War, amphetamine, what the hell is dextroamphetamine? Dextroamphetamine apparently is what they use for ADHD. It says dextroamphetamine and methamphetamine. Well, dextro, UK and US, and methamphetamine. Okay, so listen, amphetamine and dextromethamphetamine was UK, US. Methamphetamine was Germany and Japan. Were all used extensively to give greater stamina and tolerance to the psychological traumas of warfare to soldiers. It is reputed that as many as 40 million tablets of Pervitin and Isofan, both containing meth, were developed by German troops and airmen during the Blitzkrieg of 1939 to 41. Methamphetamine was given to U.S. troops serving in the Korean War in 1950 to 1953. During the 60s, as ever more substances were restricted in the U.S., production of meth began to go underground and was used recreationally as crystal meth. This trend quickly spread to UK and Europe. Smoking of it gained popularity in the 80s, although the incidence of injecting has also increased due to faster acting and more intense effects. It was originally scheduled as a Class B substance under the Misuse of Drug Acts. Due to a recommendation of the Home Secretary Advisory Council on Misuse of Drugs, it was raised to a Class A in 2007. Yeah, it should be. I'll tell you what should be Class 1 drugs. Heroin, methamphetamine, fentanyl, carfentanil, any other stronger form of fentanyl. Freaking that crocodile crap, that trank, all of that crap. Anything else? Definitely not marijuana. Marijuana shouldn't be a Scheduled fucking 1 drug. Scheduled 1 means it has a high potential for abuse and no medical value. And we know marijuana has medical value. Helps glaucoma, helps with appetite, helps with seizures, pain. I mean, it's just crazy to say that, oh, it's got no medical use. Opium is the sticky gum that oozes from the capsule of the opium poppy, from which heroin and other opiates are made from. The most powerful active ingredient in opium is morphine, which is a depressant. It slows down the body's reaction and functions in many ways. Opium is not as strong as morphine or heroin. So essentially, these little bulbs, the opium poppies that grow, that little latex glue shit that oozes out of them when they cut them to harvest them, that's what they use to make the drugs. But if you can, I guess, technically consume that raw, and it's an opiate in and of itself by itself naturally, but it's not as strong as it is when you take it out and reduce it and make heroin, morphine. It's been used as a medicine for over 3,000 years and is still the main source of pain-killing drugs today. Well, there's a reason for that. Like, see, if nature provided another form, or it just doesn't. I mean, if it did, why would nature create opioids? There's a reason you have opioid receptors in your body. I mean, now, a lot of the times those are activated by, guess what? Your own body's neurotransmitters and endorphins. In other words, your body literally, our bodies, our organs and glands, whenever we exercise or do certain things, will literally produce a type of an opioid. There's a reason when people when people have an orgasm, like from sex, at that moment your body just release and the neurotransmitter. In other words, they call it endogenous morphine. Endogenous is a word that means from within an organism. In other words, your body literally makes its own endogenous morphine whenever you orgasm or and other certain events that you go through, an injury or something, your body will release a certain amount of that, you know. I mean, that's just that's where the term runner's high comes from. When somebody goes running and running and running, and they feel elated and euphoric in their head, it's because their body is literally creating and releasing endogenous morphine at that very second. You climax, have an orgasm. You know how afterwards you feel kind of heavy and you feel a release in your abdomen and pelvic area. Hell, besides that, for both guys and gals, your pelvis muscles and stuff are literally slowly and repeatedly right after you climax, they're like contracting for a few minutes afterwards. They're just involuntarily contracting and releasing. And that's why you feel like that sense of lightness and relief in your pelvis and shit. Not only that, you have a very elated, good feeling going on in your head from the chemicals. But what else? I remember Kayla said it to me one time. She the first time we was together at my house, like all night type crap. We was watching something, and I was trying to make my way through the bases. Like, in other words, I'd gotten my arm, like, I was at first base, and then I slowly maneuvered, and I got to second base, you know? I got a little kiss. But then I started making out, and I started doing French kiss, and basically moving around, and it was obvious to her, like, he's trying to score a home run. And she told me to cool my jets. You know, she's like, somebody needs to cool their jets. She told me that another time. And so then I backed up. And then later on, she ended up putting her head on my chest. And we got near the end of the movie again, and I tried to get like, but at the same, like I knew from before what she had done, and so basically I just figured I'll give it one more shot. Uh, Same thing happens, okay. And I moved my hand slowly, like I kind of like just moved it a little bit, and then I yawned to kind of like make a distraction, and then I sat it down, and after that, she looked directly at me, and I looked at her, and I was like, "What?" And she laughed. She said, "You're not smooth." I was like, I know," and she just, you know, she was cool, and so long story short, we ended up going off into the den, you know. We do that, and then we go outside to smoke right afterwards. As soon as we walk outside, I'm looking up and stuff, and she's basically I realize it now. She told me she was basically sitting there like watching me right afterwards, and she said, "Yeah." She's like, all that dopamine, serotonin. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, your brain, it's flooding with dopamine and serotonin right now as we speak after what we just did." I was like, "Oh, so that's what that feeling is." She's like, "Duh." She's like, "You didn't know that?" I was like, "Look, I knew the gist, but I didn't know all the specifics, okay?" What now? Have any of y'all ever heard of what in the frick the fuck is methadone? Methadone is a stimulant, speeding up reactions and functions in the body in many different ways. It was actually first made in 1929. That's the year Saul was born, but was not well known until it was rediscovered in 2000. What? You mean it was made in 1930, and then it went away? 73 years passed, and it comes back. It says it's kind of like MDMA and cocaine. What the fuck ever. So methadone is basically the synthetic form of heroin. Because see, heroin is morphine. It's one part morphine, something else, diacetylmorphine. Yeah, it's not morphine technically. It's changed to a structure called diacetylmorphine. But heroin is not synthetic. It's natural. So heroin would not be you wouldn't call it an opioid, which is the synthetic form. It would be an opiate. I'm trying to give you a little education. That's the difference. Like something like hydrocodone, it's a semi-synthetic, meaning it's got natural opioid and synthetic opioid in it. So it's a mix. But here's a comparison. If you compare diacetyl morphine, aka heroin, versus methadone, methadone is fully synthetic, has nothing natural in it, is made in a lab. Heroin did originally come from opium poppies, whereas methadone didn't. Well, I mean, methadone could be made from methadone poppies, but they don't need them to make it. See, when they discovered all these compounds as time has gone on, like that's the thing about synthetic opioids like fentanyl and stuff. You can make them and make them and make them and make them, and you can just keep making them. Like, I mean, you don't have to necessarily have opium poppies. I bet some places still make the stuff and use opium poppies from it, but these drug companies and stuff, they don't. They don't have to. They can synthesize the stuff. Like, why would they spend money paying for security and trying to guard opium poppies in Afghanistan, like almost one of the few places in the world they grow the shit at, when you can make that's why you see such a change, and more as time has went on, you see doctors, drug companies, society in general moving more away from the, I mean, it's not that there's not natural opioids, but like you're more than likely to be prescribed and to take an opioid that is either synthetic or semi-synthetic, like Lortab, before you're to take something like, for instance, morphine. Morphine can give certain complications and stuff, and you know, you have the Opanas. Those were completely synthetic. Buprenorphine completely is synthetic. Tramadol is completely synthetic. Codeine is semi-synthetic, like hydro. Fentanyl completely synthetic. That's how the drug cartels are making the fentanyl, where they making it in their labs and stuff. They don't need poppy fields, you know. There actually is a way that they believe, and they're looking at a way in the future that the way we make some of our drugs will change completely. And the reason for that is some climate change issues, resource issues, and because they're learning more and more about molecular stuff that deals with this. Essentially, there might be a way to create opioids from sugar, from a complex type of sugar fermentation type process. I seen a lecture on it not too long ago. It's not anywhere around the corner or whatever, but that might end up. And if that happens, I mean, God help us, like every amateur pharmacist will be out here trying to make all the drugs they can make. Now, see, methadone, as it says right here. So, like I said, here's the comparison difference. Heroin, natural opioid, non-synthetic, comes from nature, comes from the poppy. Methadone, man-made. They could have created it from, they probably created it from some type of leftover stuff from an opioid they had made previous, because if it's made synthetic, then it's made without using, and so that's the two different forms: synthetic, natural, and it's used in the treatment of. It's a strong painkiller used in treatment of heroin addiction. Long-lasting, smooth action, and prevents heroin withdrawal symptoms, undesired effects, none of the pleasurable effects attributed to recreational opiate use. It's an addictive drug in its own right, producing tolerance and its own withdrawal syndrome. It's available on the street, usually comes in the form of sticky green liquid. The liquid mixture is made in other colors and also tablet form. Both liquid and tablet forms are made for swallowing. Injected. Ampules for injection are produced but are prescribed to relatively few heroin users. I want to see the pharmacology. Methadone is a full agonist at the mu opioid receptor. See morphine for more details on the opioid receptor. in the central and peripheral nervous systems. This produces the typical opioid effect of analgesia, sedation, slight euphoria, although at higher doses it blocks the euphoric effects that are seen by other opiates such as morphine and heroin. It also seems to have an affinity to bind to NMDA receptors, which are the receptors that release the neurotransmitter glutamate. This is thought to make methadone effective in the treatment of neuropathic pain caused by damage to the nerves compared with other opioids. It can also be used as it's been used by a number of people able to rebuild their lives on a long-term maintenance scripts. It can also be used as a short-term community-based reducing dose detox therapy, in which context it's rather less successful. And I'll tell you why that is. Because even if somebody successfully makes it through and has their hand held in the way that I did, going through clinical environment under the care of doctors and nurses, being detoxed, I struggle with it daily. There's a reason I'm talking about this stuff right now, and I've been talking about it this long. You know, like, I am I'm in a dangerous position because I'm off the stuff, but I'm aware that my brain is fucked and damaged from the time I was on the stuff. And I was prescribed it in the beginning legitimately. You know, I didn't walk off the street one day and be like, hey, you got any pills? I want to be a pill popper. You know, like, no. It did not, like, look, when we heard about drugs, we didn't even hear about pills when I was coming up. Pills wasn't really a thing yet. That became a thing later and more mainstream later. When we were growing up younger, the main drugs we always heard about was marijuana, methamphetamine. Methamphetamine was huge and was touted to us to be this devil drug, which it is. Cocaine, heroin, stuff like that. And that's it. Like, you would think of substances that's either weird chemical white powder type shit or in a syringe or something you smoked that was grassy looking. And then the other main drug was alcohol. Like, we didn't hear about, somebody ruined his life and is taking 10 pain pills a day. Like, there wasn't an opiate epidemic. Well, put this way, the opioid epidemic wasn't at the point to where it was really kicking off yet. It was in development back then, but it wasn't nowhere near on the radar back then. Hell, when I was in 5th grade, what year was that? Let's see. Fuck. I always have a hard time figuring out this shit. I think I was 8 when I was 10, 2003. Yeah, 8, 2001, 10, 2003. Second, third, fourth. In 2004, I was in 5th grade. All right, I figured it out. So 2004, Dare comes. Yeah, opioid didn't even come out of that guy's mouth. I'm pretty damn sure of it. It wasn't even in the Dare. Like, they didn't even mention opioids in the little booklets or information packets, none of them. And they would go through the drugs. I mean, hell, that was the whole purpose of it. Um, and I remember saying in that classroom as a 5th grader, I was sitting behind this chick that wore a leather jacket. She's kind of like punk rock type. She's cool though. I said, yeah, I'm never doing, what did I say? I said I was never doing crack. And luckily, I've held true to that. And she turned around and looked at me. She said, don't ever say never. And I was like, well, I am. Huh. Never to do crack, never to do meth. Not on my own free will, I didn't. I took something that had some tainted mixed in with it. And that shit really is a devil drug, man, because I fucking had a psychotic break from it. I mean, I damn near tried to take my own life being on that. All from taking some kratom capsules that had some freaking amphetamine mixed in with it. I'm telling you, man, like I felt like almost like I was kind of outside my body looking at myself from that night. And I say that, and I feel like I suffered disconnection during it because, man, I just sat there. I was slicing myself with that knife. And basically, I kind of, settled for a second. And it's like I said, like I was outside my body looking at myself. And then all at once, I would snap and my awareness would become more like focused, not so spacey. And it was in only those moments where I was really focused and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, do I really want to do this or not? Like, is this the right thing to do? Only in those moments did I notice how fucking much in pain I was. My whole skin, everywhere I had cut myself, was screaming. It felt like everywhere I had cut my body, it felt like my body was crying out. And I was like, why is it burning so bad? Why am I burning? I shouldn't. Because I envisioned and always thought, I cut myself, I'll bleed out, which, won't be, it'll be messy, but, it just be like stuff leaking out. Like, why would it be? Like, I didn't expect it to be painful. And then when I looked down at my other hand, I noticed that there was dirt and debris on it. And my hand was just on the, kind of resting on the ground. And the ground was these steps. I was sitting on these steps down in the basement. And I realized all at once in that moment, I said, oh, I said, I'm getting dirt. And I looked at some of my wounds and cuts. I hadn't noticed, but my hand where I was placing it and stuff, I basically was transferring dirt, bacteria, dirt, and dust and crap. I was getting it into my wounds. So that's why they were fucking burning. But more than that, I mean, you cut yourself that many times like that with that type of a knife, like it stings. They all sting in unison, and it grows intense. I finally, because of that, I said, I got to get up. Because I was like, if I put my hand down again, it's going to get more dirty. And then if I touch somewhere I got cut again, it's going to get worse. So I got up and I went to the bathroom. What I do when I went to the bathroom, I rinsed my hands off, tried to clean them up best I could with blood still coming out all down around me. I grabbed a towel, and I got the towel mainly so I could wipe my wounds where I'd gotten them infected with some stuff, dirtied. And I did that. And while I was doing that, I didn't even mean to, but I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Like I locked eyes with myself for just a second. And I did a double take. Like I looked back in the mirror. And when I did, I just was looking like directly into my eyes. And my eyes were as big as fucking saucers. And I said, holy shit, what am I doing? I'm going to end up killing myself or something even worse. I said, what the fuck am I doing? And then I started thinking, oh my God, dude, like, and then I started feeling like crap because, like, I realized that, well, if I'm going to fix this, I'm going to have to get on the phone. And I just thought what it was going to do to the person's house that I was looking after while they were, they at the time were in the nursing home after their hip was realized to be broken. They called me one night and said, I can't get back to my bedroom. They said, I don't know why, I just can't walk. I was able to move around, get around a little bit. I'm in my chair. I'm okay till tomorrow. I'll be fine till tomorrow. Just make sure you come by here tomorrow. I think I'm going to need your help with getting to the car. I got to see a doctor. I said, no. I was like, I'm not waiting till tomorrow. I said, you're telling me you can't walk? He's like, not really. Not without leaning and not walking, more leaning, moving. I said, well, just look, just stay where you are. I said, I'll be right there. I said, that's what you pay me for, is so anytime. I was like, don't tell me. He's like, no, it's really okay. And I was like, no, it's not. I'm like, uh, it doesn't sound good, whatever it is. And I said, and this is what I get paid for, and this is you, why I work the way that I do and the hours that I do. So basically, if you ever need, you know, that's why I didn't do a whole bunch of crap or do long, crazy, like 8-hour shifts or whatever every single day, because one of the main components of my job was to just be available at the drop of like, anything happens. I'm supposed to be able to move into action, and that's exactly what I did when he called. I was like, I'll be right there. Um, I had taken that kratom capsule already, but I hadn't taken it yet. I got out there. I was good then. Like I was fine, but I was taking kratom daily at that point. Um, I had to carry him to the car, and I got him out to the car, and we drove out of state to Arkansas, and I drove him down to Jonesboro. And basically, what we found out was that somehow, some way, his hip had fractured. So, and at his age, they did not want to operate. Could be more problematic if they did. So, just like when I broke my sacrum, my tailbone, my ass, he essentially was prescribed medicine and stuff to help comfort him, but he was going to have to just sit still, stay put, let it heal, and then once it's gotten to the point that it's healed, pretty good, almost, then they would start slowly doing, a little therapy and physical therapy to get him back up on his feet, hopefully, which he did. You know, like the very first time I got hired, the initial incident that happened, because I was doing this type of work, and then I was out of the work. I didn't have a client at the current time, and I remember I thought, well, you know what? I got some contacts over there. A lot of them are older. I'll look around and see if any of them might need a caregiver or might want a homemaker. And I called around and mainly got no. And I got to Saul and his number. And, I was like, do you remember me? I was like, you did my lecture and stuff. And my name, he's like, yeah, yeah. I said, well, I was like, I'm out of work right now. And I don't mean to bother you with it. I told him, I said, but, I told him my experience and what I had been doing the last here a while back and who I'd worked for out in the country there that was paralyzed. I said, I was like, it's not exciting work. Don't get me wrong. Like it's not a passion of mine, but it's something that I've gotten accustomed to and used to. I've been told by people that, you know, especially people that was observing when I worked for that guy out in the country compared to other people that he had hired out there, because he went through a bunch of workers over the years, people that just wasn't cut out for that type of stuff. Like, I mean, if you work a 12-hour shift somewhere, that someone that's paralyzed, you have to have, certain considerations while at the same time, not be dumb, keep it smooth and, treat them normally as much as you can, being that they're, paralyzed. Guess what? If fucking Tessie, who didn't show up one day at 6 p.m., and I had been there since 5:50 a.m. Like, do you think I was ready to go? Hell yeah, I was ready to go at 3 o'clock. I was looking at that clock back to back every now and then since probably about noon. So yeah, I was ready to go, but guess what? If I were to leave, like, you imagine what that would be like? How am I gonna do that? Like, I I was so selfish back then that one night I really considered it. I said, well, no, if I do, I'm not going to just walk out. I was like, but if I do have to leave, I said, I'll let your family know and stuff. Like, I'm not just going to. He's like, what are you going to let them know for? He's like, they're not. He's like, you think they're going to come over? And so, I'm like, they wouldn't. And he's like, well, I don't want to find out or, have to. I was like, well, what if you got abandoned by your help? He's like, I got to call 911. I said, oh man. It just what made it horrible was this was like the third time now she'd done it, and it really pissed me off. But she did make it up to me in a way, I guess you could say later on, because one day later I happened to be out, and one of the persons I was hanging out with at that time, uh, their roommate was doing stuff with Tessa's mom and getting cookies from her grandson. Well, Tess was there, and I can't remember whose house it was we went by, but we all went over there. I went over there I was in my Pontiac at that time, and like everybody left. Her mom, my friends, like it was just me and we were waiting, and so I rolled up the smoke. And we were sitting there chilling, and I'm like, you piece of crap, you. And she's like, what? And I was like, freaking them times you left me high and dry at work at Jack. You're supposed to be there at 6 p.m. I was there at 6 a.m. Like, I was like, how would you feel if you got up at 6 a.m. getting ready to leave and somebody didn't show up and then you have to stay all day? She's like, shit, I ain't staying all day. And I got to talking with her. I was like, yeah, but he told me that does his family not have there? She's like, no, they really don't. She's like, but if it was an emergency and somebody dipped out or left, that they'd come over there for a bit. I mean, they're not going to. Come on. And I said, well, I could never do that to him. I mean, I just wouldn't. I mean, I don't want the karma either, and I don't want to do that to somebody like that because I could only imagine if I was in that position and somebody fucking up and abandoned me, like that would probably fuck with my head, you know? So I had the mind for it, and He's like, well, I really don't see any need for that right now. And I said, well, I said, is there any odd job I could do for you, perhaps? I said, if there's not any work I can do, I said, I mean, my word is really good, and I would, be willing to write it down on paper that we both keep a copy of. If you wanted to, you know, perhaps he's like, well, I really don't care for loaning money much. He's like, I'd give it to you if I. He said, but he's like, I want to keep checking in with work. He's like, I just don't think I have anything right now. He's like, I wish I could. And I said, okay. I let him go, and a month or two went by. Well, it was coming up out of winter time, but still sort of winter. And he went up to the post office, which he did every day. Is the first thing he does before he eats breakfast, anything, is check his mail, get his paper, and all that stuff. Well, the post office has a big embankment where you park, and even bigger steps. There's ice and everything. And he basically slipped, tripped, slid, and landed in a way that broke his ankle. And it wasn't until after he whatever had surgery, had it looked at, got cared for, and then they discharged him, put him in nursing home. Not because he didn't have his own home, but I guess they imagined that he wasn't ready to be on his own yet, so they just kept him at the nursing home while they did physical therapy and stuff. And he called me, and I still remember it to this day. I'll never forget. It was in April of 2015. He called me, and I answered the phone, and he had told me. He said, I wanted to talk to you about a job opportunity. He said, he said, I've not forgotten since you called me a while back about wanting to work because you're out of work. And he said, I've broken my foot, my ankle, and I got to thinking about the stuff that you said you did. And I looked into it for myself, but most of the people my age that get caregiver stuff, their Medicaid, what have you, would pay for it. Well, he didn't qualify for that, you know. Makes too much, not on the right type of program to get that for free. Same with my granddad. Like, people think, and a lot of y'all out there on here, you really truly believe that I just do a few hours of crap. Hell, you probably think I don't do anything but the bare minimum around the house. And for my granddad, and then he just signs off on my hour sheet, right? And then I turn it in and I get paid, right? Well, that would be technically like a form of Medicaid or whatever, because it's federal government insurance. It'd be like Medicaid fraud, something like that. So no, I'm not doing that. You know, but I don't work for my granddad because I can't work for my granddad. Don't you think if I could, I would? Yeah, he don't qualify. He don't qualify for a fucking home helper, home health, or caregiving, homemaking services. He don't qualify for none of that. CDS, none of it. He's on the wrong bracket. But that's what a lot of people on here think. So when I say I go to work, they imagine, well, I basically just got my sheet signed, and at most I may have, at the very little, swept or something. Like, that's what some fuckers actually think on here. And they think that way because it's been drilled into their head every day by people regurgitating it back and back and over and over and over. And it cemented it into their conscious mind and their subconscious mind, to the point that, guess what? When their mind thinks or goes to that area of thought, that's the only thing their mind's going to come up with, is that answer and that perception. That's all they're going to think. And I'm to the point, like, fuck it. You know, you're going to say that I'm either a murderer, pedophile, freaking Like now, the latest shit is I'm fucking. They're trying to compare me to like fucking goddamn Tony Pizza right now, saying that I kicked this dog. I was just talking about this dog earlier today. Don't you think if I had even slipped up, like they're trying to say on camera and done something like that, do you think I'd jump back up on here and then start telling you about the issues with this dog? No, I'd probably stay away from that subject, ignore it, wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, hoping that you guys let it go, you know. But that's not the case. So you guys are saying that you claim that you got footage of me kicking the dog that I've been speaking about that's hyper. Well, none could be further from truth. I don't kick dogs. Now, he is very big and he jumps on me. He jumps on Brownie. He jumps on my granddad. He likes to jump and get his dirty paws on me and my clothes. Did I take money? And yes, because I've done it several times. Hell, I do it when his own owner is outside. They've seen me do it. I take my knee and I pull it up, and you may think I'm about to like do a front snap kick or something, but no, I just use my leg to get him separated up off me just long enough to where he'll finally, because he can't balance himself on 2 feet. He's not a human. He'll eventually drop down on his other 2, and he'll be on all 4s, and he won't be on me. That's all I was doing. But of course, they're gonna twist it, exaggerate, say he's kicking the dog. Unbelievable, man. Kicking the fucking dog. Trying to fucking compare me to Tony Pizza now. And I guess they was running out of the other shit, so they had to make a move and switch to something. I just don't. I just don't. I just ain't felt. I don't know what the proper expression in this situation. I just have not felt like I've been fulfilling time, opportunity, and seizing the day, and hitting it, just going straight forward, hitting it without complaining and pessimistic and all the other crap. Like I wish, and that's when I realized, I had the epiphany randomly where that's exactly why. And I mentioned it earlier. I said that is why, even though I wasn't taking benzos yet, I was smoking weed, and my use was picking up of that because of my anxiety. Like I just can't. I get so in my head, and it's just like I feel like I've got anything I've been thinking of or contemplating. It's like it's all up in there crowding me when I get like that. It's weird. Um, just feel overwhelmed. And I realized that's exactly why. Like, because I would be 100% all the time. I would be a literal wreck at the end of every day. I would be a mess. Like, I would not be able to socialize ever unless it just absolutely required it. And even then, when I did that, people would be able to tell. Like, I'm a drag, man. Like, when I'm caught up in my own head, and when it first started happening, now I know what this shit is to be now. And the way it affects me now, it's straight up panic attacks. But when it was starting out, it was just being caught up and catching myself realizing, like, oh shit, like I was just tripping. I was caught up in my head. When I have that moment of awareness that, like, I was there, but I don't want to be there. And so I change my focus. But I'm only able to do that. I was only able to do that whenever I finally had the realization and stopped staring into space and got out of my head and stopped worrying about those subconscious thoughts that my brain was doing automatically and flooding me with. I couldn't do any of that until I had the break, the break in the, you know, staring. I call it the staring into space moment. Basically, being, in the head and not out, extroverted in the world. My attention was, basically whenever I was like that, all my attention was either focused inward or it was focused on what the outward thought of me inward, or it was focused on what the outward thought of me in the outward. It may sound fucking weird, but that's what it's like when you're in your head. Like, and I'm not having these thoughts thought by thought. Like, this stuff, if my brain is even contemplating and going over it, it's doing it at a subconscious level when I'm in my head. Like, subconsciously, I'm probably thinking about 3, 4 different, all different unrelated things that's pressing me. And at the same time, I feel like there's something else that I'm not able to remember. And I'm trying to rack my brain to get to that eureka moment where, oh, now I remember what it was. And while I'm doing that, my brain is still, and my mind is still flipping out and going a million miles a minute thinking about that other crap. Only I can't snap out of it. The only time I would snap out of it is when I would get extroverted. And it would happen just every now and then. Something would happen or another that would get my attention just enough away to where I could be like, whoa, whoa, and I go, whew, and wipe my brow, and I've been there before, and I'm like, man, like, what the frick is wrong with me? One time I really thought, like, dude, did somebody drug me or something? And I talked about it with a professional, and they told me that, but see, I don't have that happen anymore. Like, that was like a period of instances of weird experiences where, like, I felt trapped in my head, contemplating, can't get my mind off of all this crap that in ultimate reality, there's nothing. Like, it's not like I was sitting there thinking about things that I could actually do something about. I was thinking about things that either would resolve themselves, wouldn't, would have to wait and see, etc., but still had some effect, at least I thought, on me, toward me, you know. But that just stopped, it seemed like. But it really didn't stop. It evolved, and so now I don't get caught up like that, nervous and thinking subconsciously about everything under the sun. No, now I either get choked up or basically have a panic attack. And that's why I'm very interested, and that's why I've tried to share with people here on YouTube I've come across, that's come across me in my channel, the such as the still the mind control method, as well as brain waves, as well as consciousness, and essentially different planes of existence, aka alter your consciousness, or the other expression is besides planes, different planes of existence, different levels of awareness. The reason I'm interested in stuff like that and fascinated with it is because, you know, when I had that crap that used to happen, and then now the panic attacks that I suffer, it 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 doesn't bug me in a bad way, but it bugs me like as intriguing in a good way. It consumes me to want to try to get to the bottom or get close as I can to figure out why crap like that happens. More than that, I'd like to know and like to think that there's either got to be something that can be done to affect it, control it, rein it in, or there's not. You know, when I was talking to my mentor one time, I said, wait, I said, smoking's unrighteous? He was like, well, yeah, it's unrighteous. He said, uh, you know, you're destroying your lungs and everything. I was like, smoking weed, marijuana, though. He's like, well, there's some differences just from the difference, you know, logically, rationally speaking. He said, but, he said, yeah, it's unrighteous still because you're altering your consciousness. I was like, what do you mean altering your consciousness? He's like, well, you're altering your conscious mind with the substance you're taking in. You're altering your level of awareness, in other words. And I didn't really get it at first. Like, I didn't understand how that's unrighteous or a bad thing. I had to think on it and ask him. But he said, well, suppose he said, you know, you've got a deadline for something. You got to get a bunch of stuff moved from A to B and some paperwork to do. He's like, but, you know, you're stressed out, so you smoke before you get started on the day. But you just didn't think about how it would affect you. And he's like, it makes you want to relax and eat and think about things not related to that stuff because that stuff's boring and tedious. You know, he's like, in that case, you end up not finishing your work on time. I would say the use of that was unrighteous, wouldn't you? It altered your consciousness to the point you didn't do and keep up with what you're supposed to do. He's like, shit, you want to get insects away from you? He said, get some smoke. He said, cat, dog, insect, they instinctively run from smoke. He said, human beings are the only creature on planet Earth that chooses to actually inhale smoke in their lungs and blow it out. And then not only that, you know, be around smoke and don't realize what it like. It's like, you want to get some insects away from you while you're outside? He says, shit, get some smoke. And I told him, I was like, yeah, but why do they all instinctively run away? He's like, because they know better. Because they follow their intuition. They don't have to contemplate or be aware of why they need to run away from that smoke and don't want to be in it. They just know that they don't need to be in it. They just know that it's, no bueno. They may not know exactly why, but they know. More and more I go through days of life, I have been contemplating and thought that, you know what, the older I get, the more I realize all these countering points of view, different positions of thought, stances of certain, people having different stances they take on different issues, different sides they choose, you know, and you have that with everything in all types of areas of life. But the more I get older, the more I start to think and wonder, like, that you may kind of look at me hippie-ish or think that this is a psychedelic thought, but what if we're all exactly where we need to be, right at the exact place where we're supposed to be right now, and everything is going along according to universal plan, design, and free will? And if that's the case, then even if me and one of you come to different conclusions about something, it doesn't necessarily mean one of us is right and the other one's wrong, or one of us is better and the other one's not good. It's weird, man. It's weird getting older because you start to see the duality of things more. Like when I was just getting older, when I was a lot younger, I remember I was seeing this and seeing that, or I only saw one way mainly. I just saw one straight way all the time. And I still see that, but as time's gone on, I got older. Now I notice, like, but wait a second. Based off of that and observation, there could be another one or another. Like, it weirds me out because it makes me think, like, I really don't know anything. And it's like a weird, weird feeling, like paradox type shit. Well, guys, let's see. Cancer is essentially, when a human being has cancer, they have cells. The start of cancer is cells refusing to die. How many people remember cell division and the life cycle of a cell, in the body. Well, cells are supposed to die, right? So what happens if they don't? What happens if they refuse to die and go on with the cycle and stuff? What happens? You going to bed, Grandpa?
Yeah, I'll put the pizza back in the refrigerator.
Okay, thank you.
Probably sour.
Well, I guess then if they don't die, then they're not following cell division and the natural anatomical functions of the body. So it may not be a big deal at first, but sooner or later it's gonna jam up the whole system because your body is essentially a big ass fucking mega organism with a whole bunch of smaller organisms within itself, within the glands, organs, and the tissues of the body. Um, you know, cancer is a mutation, it's an aberration. It starts out as cells that just refuse to die and follow their normal process, and then it turns into something a lot more aggressive as the stages and the time and it advances and evolves. It becomes to where it's, you know, essentially it starts to see all of the healthy the parts that aren't cancer, the parts that are going through their normal cell division and process and homeostasis. Well, the ones that aren't, the what's the word? Fuck, the abnormal cells and stuff. They might start seeing the rest of you as an enemy. You know, something interesting though was discovered, and that's that all disease, as well as the opposite of disease, which would be, you know, at ease, all dis-ease comes from the human body's resonant frequency dropping below a certain threshold. And you might, I get a lot of people probably saying, what the fuck did he just say? Like, this dude's crazy cuckoo. He's staying up talking all this weird shit. Like, he's lost his mind. No, I'm telling you something that's completely authentic now. Everything on the earth, in the universe, things you see right now, whether it's a calendar on the wall to a freaking remote control down to a rock, everything you see is technically in motion and vibrating. You yourself are vibrating. Your body and cells and your atoms are all in a state of vibratory resonance and frequency. Your brain is vibrating attuned to a certain frequency. Uh, when you turn on a radio, if you turn it on generically and don't really tune in, just kind of just move the dial around a little bit and let it go randomly, chances are it's gonna stop at a point on the band, the spectrum. It's gonna stop, and it's gonna be nothing but what come through the speakers, static. And why is that? Because it's not tuned in. It's not tuned into anything. Um, you tune it in, And guess what? You get clarity, you receive, it's connected, you hear, big deal, so what? When we have cells or any part of us like that refuse to go by their homeostasis program, you know, like think of a computer program, for example, like fuck, we'll just use something simple like Minesweeper, all right? Not Minesweeper, maybe frick, any type of program, right? It has certain functions, abilities, things it can do, but deeper than that, deep within the program, especially if it's an exe or an application, um, it has an application usually has a user interface, and that user interface, if it's on Windows, a lot of the times that stuff is developed through a basically a medium called Visual Basic C++. But and when I was on the computer younger as a kid, way younger, still didn't really know what the word troll really was then. Was aware of hacker though, and that's what I thought these guys were because they had programs that people went and shared online. Some of them I had even downloaded way back then. I was young, stupid, but they were on a forum. No telling what backdoor uh, scripts they might have had written on them. They might have had crap that was giving them anything that was on my computer. I don't know. When I was a kid, though, so I really didn't have anything to steal. Well, those programs that they put out, like one of them was a SMS spammer. SMS stands for Short Media Service, which is text messaging. It's text messaging platform for all cell phones and shit. So download this program, unzip it, and it would say SMS spammer. You click on it, and the program would pop up. Now it's running. And they have a little box that would ask for the number. And you had a box that would ask for what country you was in and stuff. Um, if you knew the carrier, giving the carrier would help too. If you didn't, it would normally pop up what the carrier was for their phone. Once you got the number in and determined what your message is going to be, you'd have a little space where you could basically put so many characters of it could be emoticons or it could be a sentence, it could be a phrase, it could be gibberish. Um, have your number and then you click send, and when you'd hit send it would pop up a weird icon that said it would be done, and to allow I think it was depending on how many messages you sent to give, I think the time it was like for every message sent, give that message about 10 seconds piece to go through before it's attempted to go through, and then maybe another, and it actually went through. And it worked. I mean, some of the programs didn't work. They had a DDoS program, which all you have to do is get somebody's IP address with a keylogger, which see, people don't realize that hacking and stuff, it's not like somebody sitting at their computer and with a program they're able to take over your computer. No, like if I want to hack somebody I don't know or something in a way, um, I find my target. All right, let's say that the target is like Bambi. Well, then what I would do, just as an example, sorry, Miss Bambi, if I wanted to hack her, well, how do I hack her? Like, it's not the movies. I don't have the special program that can tell me everything just magically by pressing a button. So I have to get information of her. Well, what's the way to get information from somebody that's on the computer or internet? Their IP address. Okay, but how do you get it? Well, the main way, simple. There are other ways. Certain programs, games, different things, when people connect, it'll display their IP address. The IP address usually starts with 1.192 or default IP address, I think, again, is 192.168.1.254, essentially. If you go into your web browser on your computer and you type in 192.168.1.254, 99% of the time that will redirect you to your local, like if you're plugged in or connected to your Wi-Fi or connected to your LAN cable. If you type that in your web browser, depending on what service you have, like mine being AT&T, we have a thing that pops up that's called Yaris, and it's Uverse. It looks like almost like a website, but it's not really a website. It's essentially your router's control panel, and people can get into that if they're connected to your network or local outside your house and get on your Wi-Fi. They could pull that up and access it, no problem. Which is why I tell people they need to get on their control panel like we do. Make sure you have a PIN and password set up on your Wi-Fi and your access in your router settings. You don't have the people that leave their Wi-Fi networks completely open because they don't care if their neighbor gets on it or whatever. They're not doing themselves favors, really. I mean, that's just another avenue of potential ways somebody could get stuff of yours. Not to mention, I don't want random people in the neighborhood getting on my network and shit because, you know, if they do anything weird or whatever, I don't want that tied with my crap. But if I had the target, like I had let's say Miss Bambi was my target to hack, what in the world? Let's say I only casually talked to her a little bit. I can carry that to an extent, but you know, usually if you start talking to somebody, their brain, after talking to you for a minute or so, starts to take in subconscious thoughts about different things, and you know, everything, and you and the environment and awareness. So, you know, if they don't know you, they're probably, you know, they're less likely to have a slip up or reveal something. However, there's a tool that hackers use. It's online function people do. Essentially, you want to get someone's IP address. You need them to get on their computer and essentially type in an address and knock on it and access that address on their networking device. How do you do that? Let's say I found out this person really likes kitty cats. I'm going to pretend I like kitty cats and pretend that I'm bonding with them over cats whenever I end up approaching them. Finally, when I do approach them, I approach them, talk to them about these cats, say, "Oh, I found some really good. You should check these out. They have exotic images and stuff that you can't get anywhere else." If that person really loves cats or whatever, they're probably 9 times out of 10 they're going to click that link and they're not going to hesitate or think about it. Because after all, it's a link, you know, unless it tries to download something when you go to it, which you can stop. I mean, how's a link gonna hurt you? Well, it won't hurt your computer necessarily, but once you hit enter and go to that link, if I have done something where it's basically writing a little, it's adding something, it's a keylogger. You're adding not a key, what the fuck am I thinking? Damn it. Not a keylogger, but oh shit, what's that term? IP grabber. In other words, it's basically attaching to that link for anyone that any user clicks on it and tries to visit it. And it can be a legitimate website. You can use youtube.com. Somebody asks you, hey, can you give me a YouTube link for, like, and anybody could ask you for that link would just be doing it out of laziness. But say it was a specific YouTube video that somebody asked you for. You get the YouTube video link, you put it and attach the IP grabber to it. When they put that in their browser and they hit enter, their system's going to visit it. And when they do, it's going to log their IP address in that IP logger, and it's going to give it to you. And now you've taken the first step in attempting to, like, hack or whatever somebody. But even with the IP address, like, okay, you got the IP address, so what can you do with that? Then you could find out about their network, about their service. You could find out if certain things they've done online, certain places where IPs are logged, if they've been there or not. You can scan a lot and do a lot with it. But most importantly, you find out who their service is. You find out geographically where they are based. An IP address is not like a GPS coordinate. It's not going to give you an exact location and address. But it'll generally give you that area. It just depends on the service and service provider, whether it would be that the general area or bigger area, whatever, you know. But if I were able to get that IP address and say I was kind of running at some dead ends with that, wait a second. Okay, you know, when you use a VPN, it tells you that, you know, it essentially masks, it reroutes your IP address and network through like a proxy, so it kind of cloaks you in a way. And that's why when you use a VPN, if you pick like the last VPN I was using, it would have like Memphis, Tennessee, you know, freaking Egypt, Paris, UK, and so any of those you click, that's the general location of that IP. But there's more ways to run and narrow. There's got to be a way to be able to narrow it down to a smaller radius. But I tell you, and you know, And all that stuff's really intriguing. All this stuff is fascinating. It really is. And I enjoy just talking and sharing sharing things from my experience and what I've known and what I've thought about and nuances and different things. But you know, once you get that location though and you've got the person's IP address, then all of the matter it is doing more research and digging to get the rest of the information, their names, etc., all that stuff. And then once you have that, I mean, you can take it as sky's the limit as far as you can, as far as you want to. But here's the thing though, like, I just don't understand people online going after people just for the hell of it, just for the thrill of it, because you had one initial experience that rubbed you the wrong way, made you didn't like them. This square derangement system is really serious. I mean, we got people that legit like they want to see me die. They want to see me suffer. They would love nothing better than if one day I woke up and my world crashed, say perhaps I suffer not one but two losses, and then on top of that, I fucking they'd like that. They'd love for nothing more than to that happen, and they find out about it. Like you can bet your bottom dollar this, even if I were to not be on the internet or YouTube anymore, and it started immediately, somebody, even if everybody else stopped, there's gonna be somebody, and it would be Mustard Squirrel. It'd be more than just him. But the point is, even if it was just him, it'd be just him. There's gonna be somebody, no matter what, that constantly, routinely, every now and then, just does a random search of some info just to check on the status of what the current reality is. Everything business as usual, did something change? And they'd love nothing more than for them to find out, oh shit, y'all, there's an obituary for Coy Wilson. Here's what I want to know. Let's say that you hang around and you stick around long enough to come across that and witness that obituary and hear about it. If I'm not on YouTube, I swear this now, when that happens, and it's going to happen, like everybody, I'm going to die, you're going to die, your family and people's grandparents, everyone, they're going to eventually die when the time comes. My dog's going to die. Fuck, everybody's going to die. So it's not a matter of if, it's when it happens. But, I mean, I swear before Almighty God, I promise, and I make the promise on and to somebody that I will not break promises with. I make it in their name and memory, and I make it about my grandfather. And basically, it's this, that when that happens, when God takes him home, whether I've stayed on YouTube, grown, gotten better, or fucking checked out and hadn't been on in a minute, I'm not going to discuss anything about that experience, moment, time, details, event, one iota on YouTube. The most I might do if I'm still on here is if somebody tells me I'm sorry for their, if they say they're sorry for my loss and praying for me or something, I'll tell them I appreciate it and let them, you know. Basically, I would keep my manners and act normal, but I would not be conversing about it. Like, I'm not taking any questions. I'm not divulging what things were like near the end. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And the reason being is these people online, these fucking stupid ass wannabes, they pride and they feel like they've really accomplished something just from the fact in the abstract. Most people don't have crap like this all on the internet or have this crap going on. So just the fact that they've got it and people are doing it and there's a little following and shit, they really feel just off of that alone they've done something. And that's kind of pathetic, but yeah, so I just, you know, like we're, I look in the past and I've had, and you know, the trolls can thank themselves because they all made sure to let me know the bullshit about, well, if you hadn't been on YouTube, you know, you wouldn't have killed Saul. You let Saul die for free. No, motherfucker, no. Number one, didn't have a car, right? Number two, dude lives about 30 miles away from me. Number three, worked, and the last shift I had there was the day before the day before the day that would have made it 3 days. I was trying to get a hold of him literally a day early or before than I was supposed to. Couldn't get a hold of him. Eventually, finally got a hold through somebody and found out the bad news. The only reason why there was a passage of time of 72 hours was simply because I was without wheels. He did not keep a cell phone. There was no close other living relatives that could tell me anything. I didn't have his the closest relative at all that was left. I didn't have their info, so I was in the dark until I found out, basically. Um, Now, if I had had a car, I would have went over there, and yeah, it would have been different. But I didn't have a car at the time, you know. And at the time, I wasn't going over to his place every day. I was not. I basically used to go in the original, and the way it was I went at the very least 4 days a week, 4 times out of the week. It doesn't necessarily have to be Monday, Tuesday, but we would do it depending upon what he had upcoming and also based upon what his everyday routine was like and what he liked to have done. You know, I mean, but it's all right. People think that when I address or debunk crap like that and go through it, that I'm doing it because it bothers me. No, it doesn't bother me. Like, you can call me a fucking whatever and say that I'm a murderer because I simply didn't work when I wasn't supposed to. And the thing about you calling me, you know, absent and not checking in on him is also false because I did exactly what I could do in that situation to check. I called. I sent him emails. Like, you know, he was, you know, he's old school and older, so he loved using email and sending emails just as much as he liked checking his regular mail. And so I would do it, even though, and I was pretty blunt with him. Like most younger people and stuff. Like we only use email to sign up for stuff, and different stuff. Like I don't normally use an email to communicate with human beings. Not unless I just have to for some reason. I tried telling Saul this because he would always be like, I didn't get an email from you. And I'd tell him, Saul, I'm sorry, I haven't checked. And I'm like, and he's like, well, you say that, and sometimes you never reply back at all to some of them. I said, because when you ask me this now, and I tell you I haven't checked, when I finally go and do check, I've gotten so many more crap junk emails piled in on top of those emails you sent or that email that I'd have to go through all that junk. I was like, sometimes I just don't see them. People try to paint me as just fucking like, oh, he just fucking,
His dad said he doesn't have empathy.
All right, well, then either my dad's correct and I'm a fucking sociopath, whatever. A sociopath that chooses, I guess if I'm truly a sociopath psychopath, then, that doesn't make sense because I've done a bunch of things and have moments in life where I have either put myself in harm's way for other people, went out of my way to do something to comfort people when they were grieving. Like, there's so many instances of me doing stuff as a result of literally the character trait empathy. I mean, and if I didn't actually have empathy, well, then why did I do the stuff I did? There has to be a logical reason behind it then, because if it's not based on empathy, which is an emotion, which is a feeling to have for other people that are living and different things and creatures, how the fuck did I do it? Or why did I do it? Maybe I acted nice to that person because I've got an angle. Maybe I actually planned to rob them or get their bank account details. So I'm being nice so I can get close to them. Like, I mean, is that what y'all really want to try to think? I got some of y'all saying that I'm buying friends and buying people like Nick Romano with you say I've got no money. You say I don't work, even though I clearly point out that I do work. It's only part-time and it's not as good pay and everything. Okay, all right. Well, one thing we can come to a common ground on is for a fact that I do be spending money. I think I can also say, and you guys should agree for a fact, all of us united, that I damn sure made $145 off of YouTube my first check. In addition to the money I made in home health care, caregiving. All right. People were saying earlier today, places, oh, did y'all hear him talk about extracting pus and the cyst? He was talking about himself. He said he was talking about somebody else, but we all know he's talking about himself. Don't make me upload the video, because if I upload this little clip, there's a lot of people that's going to say, ew, why did you have to show us that? Why'd you put it up? And I'm going to say, well, not because of that. And I only, didn't do it for YouTube's purpose. But mainly to point out the fact for everybody to take a good look at what you see and notice the characteristics and notice and acknowledge how that possibly can't be me. You know what I need to do? Since I know what their usual pattern is, it's always to go with the opposite or whatever that I say or report. I got to start thinking ahead and rearrange things and come out with them in a way so that when they twist and do the opposite, they actually come out or put things out the way I really want them to come out and be done. That's fucking genius right there. Just got to reverse engineer it a little bit, tweak things. Oh, me, guys. Lack of authority to suspend licenses. And the rise of unregulated, intoxicating hemp-derived products that compete with licensed cannabis businesses. Well, I'll tell you this, I'm going to keep giving my business and money to those unregulated, intoxicating, if you so say, hemp-derived products that are federally legal and technically not THC9 but THCA flower of hemp that's federally legal. And the reason why they will get my money in business and I choose to buy that stuff and use it instead is very, very simple. It's a very simple explanation behind it. I just don't really feel like letting you know what it is because I feel like I've said it and made it clear before why I do that. Methadone. Hey, buddy. Hold on, buddy. I'm going to take you out. I love you. I love you, buddy. Thing is I've seen so much stuff on psychopathy, and sociopathy with these killers, serial killers, and that one Paris Bennett that I know what the reality is. Like, they can say these things and they can articulate them in a concept sense. They can, they can explain it, but they don't know it. They don't know anything at all that they're trying to express that's emotionalized or whatever. If that's something I really went through, yeah, I'll give you the fact that admitting and coming out with it might not be something I do. But if I was really like that, um, I mean, people are trying to learn all they can about that right now. Like, I'm too science tethered to not, like, I would take advantage. I've always said, from a long time, if I notice I've got anything I'm experiencing that's not the norm or is something that is new and needs to be studied, like, that I would make myself available and cooperate to researchers, whatever. So if I knew that I really didn't experience these emotions or whatever, which I'm smart enough and aware enough to know that I can tell whether or not, like, I wouldn't have no feelings for my dog of love if that's the case, and I just know that I do. But if I didn't, just hear me out. let's say I didn't get really normally excited or sad or whatever. If you don't think I would, like, I know for a fact I would, even though that makes me look like a freak, whatever people may be worried about it, I would definitely submit myself to have my brain scanned and do certain tests to see if they can figure out maybe what the fuck is the reason for it. Because whether we want to acknowledge it or not, there's a reason that the small percentage of people that are truly psychopaths or sociopaths, or the very even small, rare percent that are both combination, whether we want to admit it, like it, and it, you know, come to grips with it or not, there is a reason they're like that. And it may not be as simple as, well, they're just fucked up or abnormal. It may be deeper than that. And so I think we should figure it out in the effort of science and trying to, you know, understand the world and things in it that we live in better so we can pass that knowledge on to our future. The client's giving. All right, you guys. Well, I've been on here for a while. Hold on. Let me see. Alprazolam looking ass. Wait a second. Why is that? DMT. I tell you, that's one psychedelic substance I've always I've read a lot about, heard a lot of stories about, but I've never tried it. I mean, like, that's just something that I don't want to do and get from somewhere that's fishy or not 100% certain. Like, DMT supposedly causes out of body experiences, and our brain literally makes the crap when we're close to death and different. And, you know, so like, it's not something I want to experiment or try out with a lot of risk. Like, if I do it, I want to for sure know that, oh, yeah, that definitely is DMT and nothing else. Otherwise, I don't want to do it. Like, I mean, I ain't got no reason to want to go into another dimension. It's just like that you know, some of you, have y'all ever heard of salvia? Like, I just happened to see lorazepam here, which is Ativan, and I'm looking at it. It says the absorption depends on the method of intake. It is, but listen, it the way it works is with acting on the GABA receptors in the brain, which control the absorption of GABA, the main inhibitory neurotransmitter. Its actions are similar to those of diazepam, which is Valium, but it is more potent and therefore only requires much smaller dosages, hence the 1-2 milligram tablets compared to 2, 5, and 10 for diazepam. Diazepam's half-life is an average of 12 hours for a standard dose. It has a high rate of bioavailability. So see, like, dude, what I take now, like, so Ativan's stronger than diazepam, which means Librium is definitely like 10 times weaker than fucking diazepam. So I'm literally freaking taking the over-the-counter Tylenol strength equivalent benzodiazepine, literally. That's why I'm up right now at 10:31 and I don't feel a bit of sleepy. I mean, I'm getting tired and getting ready to want to get off here. I'm about to, but I'm not going to go to sleep when I get off, that's for sure. I'll probably be up another 2 hours. Methamphetamine, MXE, is a man-made designer drug known to have similarities in chemistry and effect of ketamine. See, now we live in a weird age now where we got fucking so-called designer drugs, which are basically, from what I've read, it's like street chemists play around with chemical analogs that are known, like, for instance, MDMA. And then they make this crap here that's called MDA. They basically take the molecule and they remove a part of the molecule that has the extra M in it. And people's like, well, how's that not? I mean, it's completely different, but it's still going to be a drug that has properties that are similar to original MDMA. Sassafras, Mandy, Medusa. What is it? MDA is a man-made synthetic recreational drug known for its stimulant. Been used since the 60s. Similarities to LSD and MDMA. So see, people could be out on the street today buying stuff that they think is ecstasy, and technically it's this crap. What is it? MCPP is a recreational drug that has effects similar to MDMA. It's also found in ecstasy pills. See what I mean? So this is another designer drug, MCPP, as well as MDA. One of them, both of them similar to MDMA, and one of them straight up has been found and confirmed to be in some MDMA pills. So they're already cutting the shit with these designer drugs. See, it's a great thing for the drug dealers and chemists because the chemists can make them, and if that chemical structure isn't in, like the DEA here in our country has a list of known chemical molecule structures. Take, for instance, like freaking LSD, you know. But if I was in a lab and technically I had LSD, but nobody knew about it until I got to working with my chemistry, and let's say I removed 1 or 2 molecule chains from it. So it's not LSD now. Now it's LDS or whatever it becomes. The DEA will not have that molecule, that chemical structure will not be on the Controlled Substances Act. So therefore, you could technically possess, manufacture, sell, etc. that all day long because there's no law in the book. It's a brand new drug. You know, that's what designer drugs are. So now we live in the time where literally, you know, Debo down in the damn basement can make you a fucking knockoff, off-brand version of fucking MDMA, and hell, it's legal too. What the fuck? So if I were to ask y'all, who is the daddy chemical drug of which all the others derive from and were created and inspired from in the family of opiates? What would your answer be? What's the name of the drug? Come on. All right, if you hadn't answered and thought of it by now, the answer is morphine. It's the opiate that comes from the opium poppy. It is, in fact, the daddy of the family of substances that come from the plant. Methadone is a drug that speeds the body. Yeah, I saw that one already. Now, mushrooms. I'll always be fascinated with mushrooms because those damn things grown out the ground. See, this is what it says about psilocybin. Magic mushrooms is the popular term for mushrooms or toadstools that contain active drugs. There are several different species. The ones that people use for their positive effects are the hallucinogenic types that contain psilocybin. But the truth is, they label these uh, things like uh, shrooms and stuff as hallucinogenic, but they're really not. The time I took shrooms, I did not hallucinate. Now, my brain went to some weird places, and it's definitely a trip, don't get me wrong. But I didn't, like, I, even when I took LSD, I didn't hallucinate. Like, I didn't almost climb up on somewhere and jump off thinking I could fly. None of that crap happened. And of course, who could forget the designer drug most recently that was a total shit show, aka Spice, K2, Black Mamba, Blue Cheese, Devil's Weed, Clockwork. These man-made synthetic chemicals aim to copy the effects of the main active ingredient of cannabis, THC. These chemicals are sprayed onto plant material or natural herbs which do not normally contain tobacco or cannabis. Some of these substances are now controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act. Most are still not covered by this. Ones that are not controlled are subject to Medicines Act, so labels will often say not for human consumption. See research chemicals for more details. The effects are stronger than typical cannabis. Also, as these are new chemicals, there may be some compounds where no information of its effects or adverse effects exist. The detectability of the compound in the standard drug test is subject to conjecture. New tests are being developed that will detect synthetic cannabinoids. I tell you, the one time I tried K2, you know what happened? It's kind of like freaking taking blues. I straight up fell right asleep. after a little bit. Like, I mean, it just straight up, like, it knocked me out, and it made me fall asleep in a weird position that when I woke up, I felt like my face was fucking asleep, my hand was numb, tingling, you know, like I fucked myself up. And I'm sharing this, guys, because you know what? It may sound like a crazy wild ride. I may not sound like I'm fazed much by any of it, but to be honest with you, if I had the option to pick right now, no second, like, pick an option, take it or leave it, continue on, or go back and make changes to certain experiences I went through as a result of being ignorant or doing things with no insight at all or any logic, I would choose to go back. I mean, there'd be a many number of specific things I would change because I know exactly now after going through them, I know now what happened. And if I don't know exactly what happened, I know generally enough to change things from not happening the way they did. That's what I would do. Wow, man. So many fucking designer drugs, dude. I had no idea. Temazepam? So benzodiazepine as well. Tobacco. Cigs, blim, fags, cancer sticks, smoke, straights, squares. It's the most addictive way to ingest tobacco. Side effects are produced by nicotine, but the production of cigarettes, hand-rolled ones, are also present. Satisfies cravings, give a sense of stress relief, oral comfort, undesired effects, addiction, cancer, emphysema, stroke, heart disease. Xanax. Of course, that's on the damn drug list. Freaking Zolpidem. Don't even get me started on Ambien. You know, doctors tried to prescribe that to me a couple times. I hated that crap. Alkyl nitrates, poppers, liquid gold, TNT, amyl nitrite, or poppers are a liquid chemical that act by allowing more blood into the heart, giving the user a rush. I've never had a popper. I don't know. I guess, oh, so that must be what that shit was that was on Hannibal, that Hannibal gave Berger. Because he popped it open, and when he popped it up under his nose, he breathed it in, and his heart started beating faster. That must have been what that was. AMT, alpha meth. Oh, so now there's also something called alpha meth too. I'm sorry, guys. I just gotten feet first. I could not believe all these different drugs I never heard of. A stimulant of the tryptamine type. It was originally investigated for its antidepressant properties, but the effects proved disappointing and it was abandoned. Some people take it for stimulating effects. Benzodiazepines are a group of man-made synthetic chemicals that slow down the body's reactions. They're prescription drugs, but also found on the black market. What is BCP? BZP is a piperazine stimulant that's similar to ecstasy, part of the party pills market that emerged in Europe around 06. It is taken on its own common or in combination with TFMPP and other piperazine. Cannabis, puff, draw, weed, herb, soak. Soap? You mean that's a nickname? Cannabis, soap? Chronic, skunk. grass, ganja, hash, dope, Bob Hope. Cannabis is a natural drug compared to a man-made synthetic one. Comes from the varieties of cannabis sativa, same plant that hemp comes from. Plant grows in various parts of the world, including the UK, can reach up to 15 feet in height. Slightly different from other drugs in that it doesn't fall into the simple drugs category as stimulant. Speeds up the body's reactions, depressant slows down the body's reactions, or hallucinogen distorts senses. However, it falls more into the hallucinogen category rather than the others, but depending on the type, it can have effects that fall into the other categories. It's a drug that's been used for centuries for fun, religious, spiritual ceremonies, or as medicine. Comes in three main forms: hash, marijuana, and cannabis oil. Uh, What is crack cocaine? Crack is also known as rock or white. When mixed with heroin is known as snowballs or speedballs. What is it? Crack cocaine use became popular in the 70s. It's another form of cocaine considered more addictive as its pleasurable effects are greater than cocaine. It also differs in the way it's taken. God dang. Can you believe that crack only, I didn't know that. So crack literally only makes a 10-minute high, no matter if you smoke it, any way you take it. Damn. That's some devil shit, man. People constantly chasing that every 10 minutes. So poppers are basically things that you inhale that technically are amyl nitrates, which is an antihypertensive. So it's literally something you can breathe in that immediately reduces blood pressure through its vasodilatory expanding blood vessels action, which allows more blood to be delivered to the heart, which relaxes the involuntary muscles. This is the main reason why it produces a euphoric effect for some. It's also used to treat heart diseases and to treat cyanide poisoning. Holy shit. They became part of the club culture scene in the 70s to 90s or to 80s, and then the 90s in the rave scene where its use became popular. Huh. All right, guys. Well, we literally went through the whole fucking list on this damn list of substances and shit. And you know what my brain takes from seeing all this? I'm very, like, I don't realize how blessed I am. That's what it is. I have no idea how fucking blessed I am. And when I say blessed, I like, don't get it wrong. Some people mistakenly think when people say that they're blessed, like that they're bragging maybe or consider themselves always safe or superior. I don't see myself as any of those things to any of, even to the people on here that I consider the scum, worst of the worst, like the people that threaten to kill and maim and hurt and shit, and kids and stuff, like Mustard, Filthy, all of them. Regardless of how bad I don't like them and see them, I still don't believe. See, if I were to believe and really go around walking around here thinking and accepting 100% with no doubt that I'm somehow superior to them or to you or anybody, and you might be thinking, well, but no one's superior, like everybody's a mix. That's as a, that's a fair perspective to point out, and it's definitely a aspect of the reality, but it's not the whole reality. And what I mean by that is that while some may be superior to others in some ways and inferior in others, ultimately, I mean in totality and overall. At the end of the day, we're all human beings. And at the end of the day, I think it's established and pretty much known through faith and just life in general that not just human beings, we're, not just the body, we're spiritual. You don't even have to use the word spiritual, but we're consciousness, we're unique. All of us are. And just because maybe I can do some things better or, actually know some things that, for instance, the next person may not know anything at all about it at all. You know, that's a aspect of reality. Another aspect, though, could be that while that's true, that person knows more about freaking what to do if an emergency happened in situation A, B, or C, and I don't know a damn thing about it. So, I mean, is he superior because he knows something that could save your ass in an emergency and I don't? No. Like I said, that's goes back to what I pointed out earlier about how you can see a perspective, think about it, and be like, well, yeah, that's true. And then 5 minutes later, you could see another perspective. And if you think about that perspective, it literally contradicts the other thing you just thought about. But somehow, it's also true. Paradox. I mean, it's just, life is fucking wild, man. But no, I really don't see myself as superior. Maybe I come off that way to some people when I'm talking about the stuff done on the internet and I've went through. Because in all my life, I've had a heck of a interesting, weird, and eventful, sometimes bad and sometimes happy and other times sad life. But I've never went through an experience like this. Up until 2022, yeah, the internet was a different, new place in the sense that it's only been around since the late 90s, but never did see anything like this taking shape or happening with people and or to people from others. And that's why I told the story how I told it, that when fucking Cammy told me that she will fucking get Scooter to come at me with all the force, attention, followers he has, and will turn me into the very next Johnny Goble or Durkee Castle Cook. When she said that to me, I didn't contemplate it, but maybe less than a total of 5-6 seconds before my silence stopped, and I said, you know, and I said it with complete humbleness towards her, but also pleading. I said, why would you, like, all right, I'm not gonna even pretend or anything, but thinking about that many people coming at one person, just me, I straight up said to her, there's no way I could deal with that. I said I would be out of my element. I wouldn't know what to do. And that phone call didn't last too long. And I tell you what, the rest of that day, I probably called her 2-3 times back to back, and then I called Creek a couple times back to back. They decided to call me back finally when it was late night, like I'm talking about around midnight. We was on the phone from midnight till about 2 to 3-ish. And when I finally got back to a point, I said, I was thinking back to our last call. You guys, I'm not trying to, I said, there's no agenda behind what I'm about to say, except it's what I observed and thought about. I said, there ain't no way I can deal with that many people as new as I am. I was like, I didn't even know that this was, you know, a risk. I didn't know, at that point, like I had said, so this is what cancel culture is like, you know, like, and they corrected me. They said, no, we're not trying to cancel Johnny Goble. They said, well, it may seem like some people are trying to do that, but just like they explained to me, they're like, do you think we really want Johnny to leave or improve himself or get a job or whatever? Hell, that happens and we don't have any entertainment, you know. So these people would go running around saying he needs to get a job, get off drugs and all this stuff. But the thing that took me back was that we just called this man a pedo, mainly straight up because you repeated these allegations and this story about a fucking cop that you got a hold of to come on here and basically make the prop it up like Johnny got caught up in some fucking diddling bullshit. But you know what? The great fucking area of Paintsville, Kentucky, we decided to make a deal with him. He bought us some fucking good old run-of-the-mill controlled substances and did some controlled buys and shit and bust for us. So we didn't take him in for, hurting the innocents or doing diddling shit, but we did get some drugs off the street and some drug people. Like, what the fuck? Like, I wish that I had the level of insight to see everything I see now. Then I would have never believed it. But at the time, everything, in the front was all in line, it seemed. Here's the problem, though. I don't give a damn how bad the meth problem or whatever is, wherever it's at. If I'm a cop or I'm in a department and somebody who's done CO stuff for us before, whatever, pop up and I hear about, oh, hey, so-and-so, there's some allegations, supposedly some minor stuff, like they're wanting to talk to somebody that they need to talk to make a deal to straighten that up. They say they're in. No, like, I wouldn't be laughing about it. It almost seems like it'd be laughable because I mean, who in the fucking right mind is gonna go what kind of human being that has a working brain that works and their wits about them and aren't cracked out on drugs is gonna try or hell let alone believe the story that, oh yeah, the war on drugs that the cops basically have admitted that they're losing and shit. Uh well this guy supposedly did some sick ass shit, but they gave him a deal. All he had to do was do a couple buys, a couple buy busts, and just made it go away like it never happened. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but I can't help but feel some uh, shame and sadness for the fact that I fell for that bullshit. Even though it was less than 40, wasn't even a full 48 hours or even that, barely 24 hours before questions and concerns started coming up. But still, the fact that I even grabbed hold of it and took it as true that even that short amount of time wasn't right. And even though I still, because of other things and facts, think that Johnny is not a great human being, I still don't think that I'm superior than him. I may be better than him in some ways, in some things. I may be just naturally or caricature based on my own character. I might just be just naturally, in some things I kick ass and he can't, But just as that's true, I'm sure there's some things also true that he can do I can't do. And you know what? That's variety. That's life, you know. If life was so boring and predictable and everything was expected and everybody was to be either good, better, or worse, or the same. Like, no, we have nothing but variety and essentially, you know, endless, endless categories and subcategories. Even tomorrow, every day, like there's a new, there's new things every day that people are carving out into their personality and their mind, and it'll be a part of their character, their attributes, something that makes them unique. And you know what? Me and you guys would have never, back when we were developing ourselves, ever have thought of something like that. But also something, what we did think about, these people today wouldn't either. Now, that right there that I just did, the going over two different scenarios and finding both truth in both of them, but at the same time, you know what I'm talking about? That right there, the fact that that's one of those things in life that just drives me fucking crazy. Now, I know I sound a little bubbly and insane right now because, and that's for those that might not understand, but what I'm talking about is that observation moment in life when you are seeing things not just on the surface level, but you're seeing them below the surface and even deeper. To the point that you can see truth and right as well as wrong and flaw in both sides of everything. But I'll let you in on a dirty secret, though. Not only is that an aspect of life, but it's an aspect of me, too, because I know not everybody here spiritually will take this. You might take it as crazy or whatever, but I tend to believe and hold my spiritual views in a way that's unique and takes into consideration not just belief, faith, as well as other things like books and science, but also just common sense from some of the facts and basic truths that we know to be right, right? So, for instance, a lot of people would say like they can't get behind reincarnation. I used to think that way for a long time. You know, like I'm not gonna fucking reincarnate into a guy. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's some bullshit. I live as a human and then I die and I come back as a goddamn pigeon or fucking cockroach. Like, fuck that. Like, no, reincarnation don't work. But see, throw that to the side. Everything you just thought and heard me say there. Did you know? And a lot of you will know and have come to accept that there's certain laws in the universe, and there's also, as a concept, we have laws for different things. And when we say laws for things, we mean like there's laws of logic, and what they are basically principles and statements that point out certain absolute realities and facts and components that deal with what I say, law of logic or argument, facts, whatever the fuck I was talking about, whatever that's related to. Because I was watching a clip the other day and dude was like, "Tell me a law of logic," you know, and it's basically kind of like law of thermodynamics. It's like that, you know. Law of thermodynamics are principles and a number of certain laws that basically cover and deal with everything that's related to thermodynamics. So, in the spirit of that, and that being something that we use when it comes to numerous things, gravity, you know, laws in the universe, spiritual laws, human laws. Okay, here's something that was proven, like a law of thermodynamics, is that matter, right? Which is kind of like the material of the universe. That's what matter is. The Play-Doh of everything. You ready for this? Because this one is kind of one of those things that when you say it, it's fast and you hear it, you're thinking, huh? But matter can neither be, so that means what I'm about to, neither matter in and of itself, the Play-Doh of our universe, the stuff that makes the dirt, the building blocks, the periodic elements that stack together and build up the materials, whether it's velvet or a car door or whatever. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed, only transformed. Now, somebody right now is probably saying, matter can be destroyed. If I take a piece of paper and burn it, it's gone, isn't it? That paper's gone, yes, but the fiber and the building blocks that made that paper and the matter that transformed into ash as you burned it is still very much in existence. Even if you throw the ashes out to sea and spread them, now you can say that not only is that paper burned and gone, but the building blocks and stuff that put it together, the matter, it's spread all over the place in the ocean. But guess what? It's still there. It's still in existence. Consequently, your body, we know one day it's going to shut down. It's just what they do. Okay, it's going to shut down. But what about the part that thinks, that has desires, has emotions, has thoughts, feelings, wishes to do certain things, has principles, standards, uh, you know, the part of you that won't allow people to be taken advantage of and stuff. What about that person? What about that real living, breathing flesh and blood, but not flesh and blood consciousness? What about it? As far as we know, there's no matter that makes up consciousness, other than if you accept that we have auras, and you know that if I was put underneath an electron microscope, I would light it up. Consciousness is not of a material that can. I don't even know if you could really say our consciousness has any matter at all. But our consciousness is rather the essence. And in a way, essence is a type of form of matter. So I guess in the actual world, I guess we could say our consciousness technically exists in the actual world. And it'll always exist no matter what, and it can't be created nor destroyed. Now, that begs and brings up more questions, maybe, than answers, because it's funny, because the law says it can't be created nor destroyed. Now, all this stuff's already been created. I already got a consciousness. I've had it since long as I can remember. I've got a body, but why does it keep saying, why does the law start out with created nor destroyed? Wait a tick. If it can't be created, doesn't that mean and beg the question that this matter, the Play-Doh of our universe and our solar system, Earth, planet, the building blocks, the dirt and all, doesn't that mean then this shit has always existed? Maybe not exactly how it looks right now, but it has always existed. And guess what? It may not always exactly look like this, but it will, in fact, not be destroyed, but only transformed. Likewise, I think that when our body and the matter that's tied to it goes through transformation and changes, I think, if when you die, things go black like we think about, and sometimes art and movies will depict, maybe it's only a momentary, transition. As soon as it happens, your eyes open back and our consciousness is somewhere else. Maybe it's that quick and seamless. Maybe it's slower. I don't know. We'll find out when we die. Or, to rephrase that better, we won't find out when we die. We'll remember when we die. We'll remember. Because if Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. And that begs the question that consciousness, since it is an essence, which is basically a building block or a part of matter, essentially, then our consciousness has always existed. Maybe not in the same form. It may not stay in this form either forever, but it's always existed in one way or another. And I think that's a pretty good, that basically means that we had no beginning and will have no ending. All of us. Every consciousness, every spirit, soul, person out there. You had no beginning and you had no ending. And that's exactly what my friend's, high school friend's father's business partner, the guy I looked up as a mentor, still do, told me. He said, "You had no beginning and you'll have no ending. I don't care what lies they told you." In the context of your life and soul. Now, see, pump, because I could, some people could nitpick and be like, "Well, you will too have an ending. What do you think death is? It's not a permanent ending. It's a transition. Life is a journey, not a destination." I don't know who came up with that, but I'll tell you where I remember it, written on my mom's refrigerator. Yep. So I think we're gonna end it out here, guys and gals. Appreciate everybody coming by and checking out my monologue stream tonight, because that's essentially what this was a freaking monologue stream, and vent and share and wonder and go through, explain, think. I like going through the thought process and breaking down the thought process and everything considered, and to show everybody and to give you the opportunity, as long as you can keep up and comprehend. If you listen to what I say and explain, even if you have to maybe rewind it more than once and slow it down, if you can grasp what I'm saying, you can figure exactly out how I come to the conclusions that I come to. And I kind of hold on to that like a security blanket in a way when it comes to just anything in general, to basically put it through the scientific method. If it don't survive the scientific method and or any regular test of scrutiny, fuck it. But if it does, finish it out, go through the full process, get to the conclusion of whatever it is you were initially wondering. Can you find an answer? If not, what's the most plausible explanation or closest answer you can get? Look back over it and then share it with people. If you do that with everything, and I didn't make this up myself, I didn't, think of it on my own. It's something that somebody older told me to do. So if you do that with just about everything, even hobbies and random crap you just want to think about that's not really important, you'll basically kind of train yourself and get in the habit of no matter what the subject is or whatever it is you're thinking about or problem you're trying to figure out or understand, whatever it is you're trying to understand, if you follow along that type of process, it can't, even if it doesn't always help you solve everything and figure stuff out, it can't hurt. So anyways, I wish each and every one of you guys a great evening. All you haters out there, all you worky turds, all you worky turds and fucking filthy fanatics. Who else? Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something I observed the other day before I get off here fully. Did y'all know that AD, I think it's weird because, you know, in my observations, obviously, are not always going to be the same as other people's. But I'm very, very confident that not so long ago, AD was making content actively that not just was critical, but downright clowning and, you know, fucking degrading up church shit. I know he's done it to his mom and everything else. You know, and then it was weirder because then I could have sworn like he was down on up church, team Adam, cool with Adam and shit. And then all of a sudden, then it changed again and like he was talking shit on Adam. And now he's fucking repping up church, listening up church the other day. I said, boy, you've come full fucking circle, hadn't you? You started out as a fucking, I said, I guess you done fucking wound up coming back to being an up church supporter. And because back in the early days, he was somewhat cool with some of his music and stuff. He just didn't like what he did with the Kylie Rodney thing, all that. I just don't keep up with AD regularly enough, maybe. But I can confirm for a fact I have seen him simp for Upchurch, then shit on Upchurch, and then simp for Upchurch, and then shit on him back again, and now come right back around and simping for him yet again, doing fucking so-called goddamn country rap news. Motherfucker, you don't even live in the southern United States. You literally live in a union state. I'm not doxing you technically because I ain't say the name of the state, but you live in a union state, buddy, alright? You don't live in the fucking South. You even was quoted, and I remember you saying out of your own damn mouth way back when you went up against some Creek Squad and up church workies during people. You called them a bunch of dumb rednecks and shit. So, like, I really can't, like, you know what? I think AD is just, what's the name of those? He's like a piece of everything. You know, a part of him's country rap, part of him's anti-country rap, part of him's Adam, part of him's anti-Adam. Like, I don't know. Like, he can't figure out and make up his mind, so he takes a little piece of everything, but doesn't take it all. You know what I mean? So he just constantly flip-flopping, teeter-tottering. That's what you do, AD. I hope Miss Brittany's doing all right and well. You know, it'd be interesting to know if she has any idea. Like, does she know that you anything about me or how you you know, like treat me in general? And don't say you come in my chat talking shit or like I came in there talking, just joking around, playing. That was light, playing around, trolling if you can. And then, I mean, at the end, I kind of said some things a little bit more serious, but still, like you can't point to one thing that I did initially to you out of the blue for no reason, or did just in general that you can't stand behind, accept, tolerate, uh, you know, like I have not done anything to you. I know you tried going with the pedo shit and all that, but even you know that's fucking bullshit, dude. There's no way that you really believe that to be true. And then, like earlier, the last time I was in your chat here just recently, you didn't even block me. I thought I was a pedo. I thought I got blocked. Well, you didn't block me. You let me keep talking and you just kind of stayed in on your game. But, yeah, so I don't hate you, AD, but, I gotta say, really can't find a lot of good things. The only good things I can observe from you is you obviously, like most people, do give a shit about your family. You know, I'll give you that. And I'll even go so far as to say that, you know, you're submissive to your wife and loyal. But man, like, you're on that computer streaming so damn much. Like, anytime I decide to pick up my phone and go on YouTube just to randomly look at the app, like, I'm gonna pull off an experiment. I'm not gonna reveal it all now, because if I do, you'll try to fuck around with it or act different than you are. But I'm gonna lay out some controls, just like a real experiment. I'm gonna make some controls. I'm gonna make some hypotheses and some questions. I'm gonna write all that down. I'm gonna list out exactly what I plan to do and the different, like, patterns, variables, or how often I'm gonna do it, not do it. And I guarantee you that, well, like I said, I can't say it, because if I say it, then I'll be fucking it up, because, yeah. But anyways, just watch out for that video. We're gonna find out for a fact if what I say, because I tell you this, I have been able and noticed that anytime I pick up my phone to get on here to look, see who's live or what's going on and what's released, if, like, usually you'll be, let's see, are you live right now? Don't look like it. See, like, that's a freaking surprise right there. Usually you would be live if I looked. What the fuck? Oh, shout out to this dude. Appreciate you again, man, for everything you've done and texted me and trying to help me. These people are literally trying to make me look like a monster. Anything they can to try to justify the bullshit that they're doing. Oh, shout out to anonymous dude. Appreciate you again, man, for everything. So see, even back then, once upon a time, he and I were talking and amicable, and I was appreciative of him. I thought he was trying to be of support, help, and a friend, and a regular, decent person. But guess what? That's fucking wrong. It was damn wrong. And he just all of a sudden came out with his true colors, you know. It's alright, though. Again, I'm not better in the sense of being superior or inferior to any of you. But you've got to understand, the same goes for all of you and everybody else. And if you could just accept and get over that, and then realize the next and most crucial thing is to let go of all these differences, labels, and little petty, insignificant attributes that you either felt compelled to or against or support, don't like, do like, when it comes to the rest of your fellow humans or Americans, because all you're doing is finding the most insignificant things just because, you know, like, you don't like that, or you don't do that, or you don't support it, or you don't agree with it. So since you don't, and the other person does, you know, well, fuck him, you say. Let me ask you something though. If shit was hitting the fan and you was in a tight spot and that person had the ability to give you a lift or let you go along with them and their family to get out of Dodge, would you give a shit about who they voted for then? And would you use that on whether or not, I mean, you said that, you know, anyone vote for Kamala, I'm never associating with ever. I wouldn't shit on them or piss on them if they were on fire. I guarantee you if they was the last vehicle out of the neighborhood or whatever, you're not going to let that, let what somebody did, you know. The message with that is, guys, is that, fuck, I mean, it's referred to as the human family for a reason. We're supposed to be a family. Humans supposed to be there for one another. We're not meant to fight one another. We're not meant to attack one another. We're supposed to help ensure the survival of each other. Like, we don't live in a freaking Darwinistic environment fully. Even if we ever, I don't even think we ever did, but let's say we did one time. That was a long time ago. We don't live in that environment now. There's no need for the separating, dividing, reptilian, fucking draconian bullshit to constrain you and divide you and separate you from others. Unity is one of the most powerful forces, and they don't want you knowing about it. So just ask yourself that and think on that the next time you wonder why there's so much division. Good night, peace and blessings, and Square Work Media, the daily Canine News and Entertainment channel, is out and offline. Good night, everybody.